Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. As we open this final day of xDay 2023, we want to begin by expressing gratitude. These past 2 days have been nothing short of phenomenal, a natural expression of passion and brilliance expressed right in this very room.
So thank you. Thank you for being with us in this journey. We've been through Web3, Web2, Web3, AI, FinTech, Metaverse, and so much more. Of course, we promised you global giant techs. We gave you giant techs. We promised you discussions with government officials. We have and will have again discussions with government officials. But beyond discussions, there's a lot of creation in these rooms. And thank you for being creators for us.
Yes, we start the day with a unique opportunity and privilege.
Yeah.
We'll be engaging with one of the country's very important representatives, delving into the government vision and understanding of how blockchains, AI, and the Metaverse will sculpt our shared tomorrows.
And we'll follow that with the honor of listening of one of the most important economists of the time. It will be, for sure, the highlight of the day. They will be shedding light on the delicate balance between nurturing and inadvertently stifling an economy. This is a discourse on how to kill an economy, how to bear it not to, propelling forward without losing sight of the foundation.
And as the day unfolds, prepare for a focused session of builders' spotlights. The builders are the minds that are not just not dreaming, but are actively pushing to bring transformative change. Through their journeys, their challenges, and their victories, we learned invaluable lessons on navigating the tech landscape and making a positive contribution to the world.
So, welcome first-comers. Welcome back those who were with us on this journey for the first 2 days. Let's introduce our first speaker.
Yes, we start strong with how blockchains, AI, and the Metaverse will influence the future. Mr. Bogdan-Gruia is with us this morning, and his input could not have been timed better, because he is the perfect sweet spot between the private and the public sectors in his position of Romanian Minister of Research, Innovation, and Digitalization.
And this combination is for us and for you the sweet spot on. We know that X marks the spot, as we have seen. So today at xDay, we give you Romania's Minister of Research, Innovation, and Digitalization, Mr. Bogdan-Gruia.
Let's welcome.
Wow. Hello, good morning, everybody. Such a beautiful and shiny day here in Bucharest. Welcome. I'd like to say welcome X generation here in Romania on our Palace of the Parliament, the second large administrative building from entire world. Welcome from our guests worldwide. And bună dimineața, dragilor noștri români! Definitely, we are here today for the future. And this future makes us think about how we could make our lives better, about how we could bring the humankind forward. All of that, it's about how we will shape the new world. But I would like to be honest with you, you know that the future is not the same for all of us. For that we are here, the future means hope, means something unbelievable and something new. But for many people outside these walls, the future could mean fear. It's the fear of rejection, the fear of missing out, the fear of not being good enough for what tomorrow has to offer. The fear of being left out in the new future. And in that way, our duty is to make and to bring hope for all that people. Each of us here today will look one to each other with a lot of passion, with joy, with trust, in a way that we could bring the new digital future together. I think our mission, despite the change of the future, is to share our thoughts and our feelings with the people that don't see the future as bright as we do. It's the part of the human nature. Everybody wants change, but no one wants to change. Everybody wants to start a change with another except him. And what we have hope about our digital future. And we already know that technology is one-way road. You don't have another option. And the people which are outside these walls must be helped to move forward. I would like to congratulate Benjamin and his wonderful team, and I'm sure that they deserve our talks and they deserve some noisy for that such a great event here. Benjamin, you and your team are one of the greatest ambassadors of Romania worldwide. And I would like to appreciate that and thank you for that. With what you do today, with MultiversX, you are changing the world. And you are not changing only what we have today. You are changing and you are making a new entire universe. This is one reason why other people see tech as a risk. This is why they're afraid. I have colleagues in my ministry, in the public administration, that are afraid to lose their jobs. They don't see how they can become the part of the tech universe. But for all of them, maybe what to speak about today, the blockchain, the AI technologies, quantum, Metaverse, are mysteries. And for all of them, sometimes data is a lion. Before AI, for most of them, the tech means Excel, Word, and an email. Now we talk about ethics in AI, about AI that needs to respect human rights, about chatbots doing our jobs. And that is for many people feel that they are living in a science fiction story. They fear this reality. We need to show, and that is a strong mission for all of us, to show the people outside these walls that technology means for them and for their kids a new change and a better life. And Romania, in that way, with such a beautiful talents, are a golden mine for that change of the future. That you know, you can't miss that race. You can't miss the digital opportunities of the present. And I'm here today to give you assurance that Romanian government aims to build trust between new technologies, between that new generation and all of our society. And in that way, together with my team and the government, we already launched the AI strategy of Romania. In that moment is in debate. We will bring it as low until the end of the year. Next week, we will bring a memorandum in the Romanian government about regulation in blockchain. And until the end of November, we will have another strategy of quantum. We are not only speaking about that, we are making stuffs together. And I'm speaking with you now, with my Romanian friends, with all our friends here today, to be partners together, The Romanian government, the private sector, the most brilliant minds that we have over here and online and all over the world to change the way that Romania will bring and will be in the next years, and in a way that nobody is left outside and is left in the backside. We want to be closely with EU regulation, and we are here with our strategic ally with US, and what is most important, we want as Romanians to make our mark in that world. And in my opinion, Romania is unique with our great talents. We have a geographical position, most important, is in that new frame of changing of the world. And Romania's great asset are the people. High-skilled people which are here today, which they love their country and they want to put their intelligence to change it and to modernize it. And I'm here today with you to make that together. And using Romanian private sector expertise, using Romanian governmental expertise, definitely we could make Romania a hub for new technologies and for cybersecurity. That is one of my main goals in that further year. AI potential for customized user experience will be fundamental for how we could bring great public services. And in that way, Romania are working on the governmental cloud with more than 500 million euros. We are working in that days and that great project. And we have a huge opportunity for entire ecosystem. We like to bring, and we already have more than 6 billion euros for digital transition of Romania and for e-governance services. And for that, we need your expertise. We need you all together here to change Romania for the next 100 years, starting with that moment. And together, we can build that trust between government, between industry, between people. And I don't want to bring something from US, but I must say that. And that you could make each one of you ask not what the country can do for technology, but what the technology could do for Romania and for entire humankind. And in that new way, the sky is no longer the limit. And together we change the world. We change the world for us, for our children, and for entire humankind. Thank you very much. Congrats, Benjamin. You are such wonderful, wonderful public. And for all of you, welcome home here in Romania. Thank you.
This is our Chapter 5, good people. Future Tech today, and we'll be introducing you to the nexus between technology and economy. It is a transition, but it is where we all are today. It's a nexus between technology and economy. And innovation isn't just a luxury anymore. It's the very engine that drives economic growth.
From the silicon chips that power global industries to the algorithms that redefine commerce, we'll explore how technology has seamlessly integrated into the fabric of our economy. We'll journey through its potential impact, understanding how innovations today shape the financial landscape of tomorrow.
And we are talking about the morning schedule. We need to start with how blockchain can help improve AI use case under the guidance of William Simonin, who is just CEO at Tada.
Next, we'll meet two very diverse and experienced panels to talk us through automation and augmentation of human capital with AI, as well as answer this question: is spatial computing the future of Metaverse?
Okay, but first, right now, we will learn how to kill an economy with Alex Tabarrok, which is a professor of economics at George Mason University. That may sound just a little weird, a little, well, out of the way, counterproductive, how to kill an economy. We're learning not how to kill an economy, but how to do best to avoid it.
So, as we embark on this exploration, let's celebrate the tools, technologies, and trailblazers that are crafting our coming future. Begin with Alex Tabarrok and Benjamin Mincu coming up on our first fireside chat of the day.
We need to make a proper introduction to
Yes.
Professor Tabarrok.
Yes.
So, Alex Tabarrok is the Bartley J. Madden Chair in Economics at the Mercatus Center at George Mason University, and of course a professor of economics in George Mason University. He has written extensively about healthcare policy, patent system reform, the effectiveness of bounty hunters, and how judicial election bias judges, and how local poverty rates impact trial decisions by juries.
He has also written about methods for increasing the supply of human organs for transplant, the regulation of pharmaceuticals by the FDA, and voting systems. During the pandemic, Tabarrok was an advisor for the US government on using incentives to accelerate vaccine production. Tabarrok's papers have appeared in Science, the Journal of Human Resources, the Journal of Law and Economics, the Journal of Health Economics, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, and many other journals.
Also, Tabarrok is the co-author with Mercatus colleague Tyler Cowen of the popular economics blog that you may follow, Marginal Revolution, and co-founder of the online educational platform Marginal Revolution University, of course. He's the co-author of Modern Principles of Economics, and his popular articles have appeared in the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and many other prestigious publications. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, your very own Alex Tabarrok. Whoa!
Hello, hello. It's really, really great to see so many of you here today at this extraordinary chat and fireside that we actually wanted to have for a very, very long time. It's a great honor to have Alex Tabarrok with us, professor of economics in the US, one of the not only famous, but really cool economists that engages in many of the most interesting subjects that we tackle today. So welcome, Alex, and maybe we'll start with a bit of your background, advising the US, some lessons, maybe some ideas around how to avoid a regulatory disaster. I intentionally framed the conversation as how to kill an economy, or maybe how not to kill it, just for us to think a bit about how easy it is to suffocate an economy and how hard it is to put the things in place that accelerate it. So welcome again, and very, very curious to hear your thoughts.
Sure, it's great to be here. Yeah, so the last thing I did was doing some advisory work for the US government. My colleagues and I, including Nobel laureate Michael Kremer, had recommended to the US government to start building the vaccine factories even before any vaccine was approved, so that they were ready to go the minute you had a vaccine approved, and to use advanced market commitments to guarantee sales. And that's eventually that is what Operation Warp Speed did. I don't know what influence we had, but that is what Operation Warp Speed did, so I was very happy about that. I think around the world, the vaccines have saved 20 million lives, so I'm pretty pleased about my role, whatever influence I had there, my role. But I think it's still my second most important advisory project.
Very curious to hear about your first most important advisory project.
So I think it was 2018 when you had contacted me about MultiversX. And
Elrond at that point.
Elrond at that time, yes, that's right, yeah, Elrond at that time. I was pretty excited about it, and I thought the connection with Romania was interesting because Romania has a long history of advancements in mathematics, is very good, and in science. So I thought, like, being in Romania, you'd be able to get a lot of scientific advice and personnel and so forth. And I thought that was good. And I thought that I think Romanians, maybe they're very ambitious, and maybe they want to prove something to the world. Maybe that was just you.
We definitely want to prove something. It's also interesting on my side how I came to discover Alex and read some of his work and so forth. Interestingly enough, there are some more cool economists at George Mason, and one of the colleagues of Alex Tabarrok is Brian Kaplan, which has a Romanian wife. Interestingly enough, this I only discovered very, very recently, but reading some of his books, I then started digging into more materials and so forth. This is how I discovered Alex, and then was fascinated by some of the materials on marginal revolution, the books, Marginal University, the materials that were created. And it was almost a dream come true, having the proper conversation, hearing some thoughts, and so forth. And it's even more fascinating to have you here with us finally and have this conversation. So I'm really curious what you think are maybe some of the most productive strategies to accelerate an economy, to accelerate economic growth. And then maybe the converse question to that, what are some of the very elemental mistakes that you see maybe countries, even like US, doing at this point and that are stifling innovation?
Yeah. So let me pivot back to Operation Warp Speed for a minute, because I think that does illustrate one of the ways of accelerating an economy, which was a public-private partnership, right? What Operation Warp Speed did was it harnessed the incredible buying power of the American government with the speed, with the ingenuity, with the capabilities of the private sector. And it's really this working, the invisible hand and the visible hand working together, that was able to accelerate the approval of vaccines, to reduce regulation, reduce the FDA regulation, get things out much faster, save lives. So I think that, what I call the American model of a public-private partnership, particularly in an emergency situation like this, that's what worked really well. Now, in contrast, at the same time, in the United States, we have exactly the opposite situation with high tech and with blockchain particularly. So one of the things I hadn't figured when I was thinking about, well, is Romania a good place, to start a blockchain company? I hadn't realized, 2018, that the United States would be the worst regulatory system for blockchain in the entire world, right? I mean, this is just insane. Because here we have an opportunity, the United States has an opportunity to take a leading role in a technology which is going to revolutionize the world, is extremely important. The United States was totally well placed, and they are giving it up. They are destroying it. It's extremely disturbing.
Yeah, I'm actually very, very puzzled how smart people generally come to do this type of mistakes, which are not small. Like, to see the benefits and then still somehow put so much effort into killing something repeatedly, killing something that does not die easily. That always puzzles me, and especially when it comes from the US, which historically has been the hotbed of innovation, distillation of ingenuity, and so forth. So I'm curious, what do you see might be some of the most useful things that an economy, the ministers, a country might do to foster this type of innovation, to accelerate actually blockchain technology, AI, the metaverse technologies, and so forth?
Yeah, so let me give you, one of the other projects as an example of what not to do that I was a part of was Library, LBRY, which is just wrapped up because it's been destroyed, was destroyed by the SEC. And, Library was YouTube on the blockchain. And it was a real product. I mean, it was working product, it had consumers, it had people using it, it had investors interested in it, and the SEC chose to destroy this product. Not to go after, there's a lot of fraud, in this space, as we know, but the SEC didn't go after the bad guys, they went after the good guys. They went after Library with a real, actual working product, and they destroyed it.
Why do you think that is?
So I have some theories. I don't know for sure, but I think one possibility is that some parts of the government want to hold off on decentralized blockchain technology in order to create a CBDC, a central bank digital currency. Because a central bank digital currency could give the government eyes on every single transaction occurring anywhere in a country, right? It would be a tremendous advance for the government in terms of surveillance. So right now I see decentralized blockchain and CBDC as in a race. And if you guys don't win, if the decentralized world doesn't win, then we are going to be heading towards a mass surveillance of financial transactions, unlike any that we've seen before. And and we already saw just the beginnings of that, where people would start, well, you're protesting, you're in Canada, you're protesting against, restrictions on your liberties because of the clampdown. We're going to take away your access to the banking system, right? You want to do, some of these technologies. Well, sorry, you can't use PayPal. You can't use the Visa. We're going to cut you off. So that is my worry.
I've been thinking about this a lot. If the founding fathers were alive today and would know about the technologies we have, how might the Constitution actually look?
Yeah.
Especially given the inalienable rights that we might want to position as something that no one can violate, irrespective of what people may think and so forth, and especially with some of the things that have been put in the Constitution, which in the US, I think are singularly, which enables the people to organize against the government, for instance, and take it down and reorganize that. So I'm curious if you think, what would be the 3-4 things that the founding fathers would put in the Constitution today as inalienable rights, given the technologies we have?
Yeah. So as you know, in the United States, we have the First Amendment, which protects free speech, and we have the Second Amendment, which is the right to arms. And many people in the United States, they support the Second Amendment, the right to arms, as a means of potentially, countering the government, of having an overthrow. But I think realistically, that is no longer true, right? That your personal arms are no longer good enough. But what I think we can do, and what I think the Founding Fathers would do if they could rewrite the Constitution today, is say, the Third Amendment, we have a right to cryptography. You have a right to privacy, and the means of making that privacy possible. Like, it's not enough just to say, Fourth Amendment, you have a right to protect against search and seizure, but that is only guaranteed to the extent that the government says, okay, we're going to follow the rules. What we need is a right to cryptography, which says the government has no choice Okay, they cannot break it. That is how you protect search and seizure. That is how you protect privacy. You can't just, and again, also with free speech, it's not enough just to say you have a right to free speech, because that also depends upon the courts and depends upon all levels of government of respecting that right. Instead, you need cryptography, which instantiates that right, which makes that right impossible to take away. So I think a right to cryptography guarantees a right to privacy, guarantees a kind of an arms against the government.
I very much agree, and this, I think, goes back to the insights that the cyberpunk movement had in the 90s. Precisely that as the powers of different entities, the states, the companies, whatever, grow tremendously, it is only through cryptography that you can truly defend everything else. Without cryptography, it's only a matter of time and a matter of will to take everything that you have away. And having a law that ensures this type of, let's say, ownership, the right to ownership, the right to free expression and all of that is great, but having it embedded in code such that it can never be touched, that takes the idea to a completely new level. That would be, in some sense, almost scary to governments at first. But if you think about it, this sets the stage for an incomparably more productive conversation. Because if the collaboration, the conversations would not rely on violence or coercion, but rather on incentives, on conversations that we would have. And this being said, I do think that there's a space for a new type of constitution being written in today's world. And I would encourage all governments of the world and even the government of Romania to engage in this type of conversations, because there are a lot of extraordinarily smart people that would immediately contribute, engage, and put a lot of efforts into that. Now, maybe moving one step towards the idea of blockchains, Web3, AI, and this type of technologies. I know there's a theory about the last, let's say, 30, 40 years that says that we've been in a kind of great stagnation. I'm very curious to hear a bit about what the core idea of that theory is and why you think it might have been like that, and how you think the next 10, 20 years could be if we do the right kind of decisions.
Yeah. So my colleague, Tyler Cowen, I think, coined the term, the Great Stagnation, though a lot of other people have looked at it as well. And I think kind of the best way of thinking about it, we think we live in a technologically advanced age, and in some respects we do. But think about somebody who was born around 1900, okay? So in 1900, there is no television, there is no radio, there is no automobiles, okay? There are no airplanes, right? It is...
Healthcare is really bad.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. And then think about somebody in 1950, 50 years later, okay? So in 1950, it's very recognizably the modern world. You have cars, you have aircraft, you have the beginnings even of computers, you have radio, you have television. We're already talking about satellites, okay? So 1950 is completely the modern world. Now you take from 1950 to 2000. Well, we got computers. I mean, that's great, right? We have the internet. But the change between 1950 and 2000 is much less than the change between 1900 and 1950. And I think there is a reason for that, and that was particularly beginning in the 1970s. You know, we had this massive pushback against technology. We had the most obvious examples being, we said no to faster than sound aircraft. You know, we said no to supersonic aircraft. No, we don't want supersonic aircraft. Why not? It's too noisy. That's why we gave up the chance for me to get here in 2 or 3 hours instead of 10, because it's too noisy. Like, put on some headphones, dude. You know, I mean, this was crazy, right? Same thing with nuclear power, okay? We gave up nuclear power at just the time, like if we had pushed nuclear power in the 1970s on the trajectory that it was going, there would be no climate crisis today, okay? So it's unbelievable that the environmentalists pushed against basically a zero pollution technology.
Paradoxically.
Yeah, crazy. So I think we had this great stagnation, and the question is, now are we ready to get out of it? And I think it's a cultural change, it's a scientific change, it's a technological change. We have internet, blockchain, fantastic. Notice that almost all of the innovations are digital, right? But we have to translate that into building in meat space in the real world, right? We have to bring digital technology, but we have to bring that same enthusiasm for improvement, for growth, to building new buildings, to better transportation, to going into space, going to Mars, changing the brain. We got to have genetic technologies, right? So we got to push on all of the margins into the future, not just on the digital margin.
And I think there was this very insightful line from Peter Thiel that captured the essence of the idea when he said that we wanted flying cars and all we got was 140 characters, just alluding to Twitter and all of that. And I do think that a lot of the interesting things that have been done have been outlawed, regulated to death almost. And interestingly enough, the only place where you could create from scratch new ideas and move forward with them was computer science. It was almost the last battleground where the innovators, builders, and so forth could come with fresh ideas and push them forward with very, very rapid speed. So I'm curious, the thesis or the theme of the xDay conference is not only building bridges, but we're intentionally focusing on one thing, the renaissance of European ambition. I think if we look back historically, Europe was the bedrock of modern civilization. A lot of the scientific ideas, cultural movement, and productive conversation started in different parts of Europe. But interestingly enough, it has been lagging behind really, really badly during the last period. What do you think might be the most important 3-4 things that Europe could do to reignite this spark and restart the engine of growth? Because interestingly enough, a lot of the things that you are mentioning that we've been actually doing in the US the last 50 years. So how do we move some of this progress, or not move, but parallelize some of this progress to accelerate it in the European region as well, and also in Romania to accelerate it further?
Yeah. I mean, I think you say Europe. I think Eastern Europe in particular is incredibly important because it's in Eastern Europe where I do see lots of ambition. Pro-growth, pro-capitalism, pro-markets, pro-private-public partnerships, and this desire to have technological progress and economic growth. I see that much more in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. I think maybe Western Europe, however, maybe is going to get a kick in the pants, okay? Is going to say, hey, what's going on? But I think, I look at Italy, for example. Italy has had basically zero per capita GDP growth in 20 to 25 years. Now, to me, that would be like unheard of. That would be like revolution in the streets. But, it's pretty nice living in Italy. You have to live with your parents, but, the Italians have it pretty good, right?
Nice parents.
But in Romania, we see the desire to catch up and exceed. So, 30 years ago, Romania was far behind Italy, and today Romania has almost caught up in per capita GDP. And I see Romania may very well overtake in the next 5 years.
Woo!
Yeah.
I do remember when I started reading on economics and some of the macroeconomic units of measure through which you could see progress and so forth. And I was looking for this one thing through which you could measure the well-being of the economy and measure almost everything else that you would like to be good in an economy. And when I stumbled upon economic growth and GDP and so forth, of course, seeing that it's incomplete, like it's just another tool, a good proxy, but incomplete, it became so fascinating to me, and it at the same time puzzled me. How come people were not asking this almost every day? Like, how can we accelerate economic growth? Because if there's one question that should be on the mind of every political actor, every country in the world, then it's how can we accelerate economic growth? It turns out that if you have economic growth, almost everything else fixes itself. In time, things realign magically. You see the education system getting better, you see the healthcare system getting better, you see infrastructure getting better. But interestingly enough, if you don't have economic growth, you see this zero-sum game perverse mentality that just brings you to the ground with revolutions and so forth. So I'm curious how you see this being reverted in Europe. As you said, there is a tremendous potential in Eastern Europe, Romania, especially with engineering minds, brilliant minds in mathematics, physics, and so forth, that are literally the top minds in the world in some of these fields. So channeling that energy toward the problems that really matter, I do believe will bring some growth. But I'm curious how you see this and maybe how this ties to technology. The 3-4 technologies that you see could bring tremendous growth for the next period.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit on it exactly right. And I think the real difficulty is that both of these equilibria can be self-sustaining, and that is the problem. That is, if you think that there isn't going to be growth, then yes, it's a zero-sum society, and you put all of your resources into trying to divide the pie in your favor, which means patents and copyrights and lawsuits, and also culturally, like in the United States, we have divisions, race and sex and gender, and how are we going to get the right slice of the pie, to the right gender, and so forth, right? And so it's all about chopping it up in different ways. Who gets what? So all the debates are about dividing the pie. On the other hand, if you think that we're going to have economic growth, and you think pro-technology, pro-capitalism, pro-markets, pro-building, then you worry much less about those questions, because everybody can get a larger slice of a growing pie. And then you put less emphasis on the lawsuits and all of that, all of the things which divide us, and you put more emphasis on the things which we have in common, like how are we going to live longer? How are we going to improve life expectancy? How are we going to get better housing? How are we going to get the flying cars, right? All of these things we all have an interest in together. And so you have a positive sum game. And the difficulty is that both of those are equilibria, right? And it all depends upon the choice. So you have to have, if I may use the phrase, you have to have the faith in growth, and you will have growth, right? And if you have
self-fulfilling prophecy.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I was mentioning indeed in the opening conversations that a lot of this has to do with perhaps seeing these visions first, seeing how the future could be better, how each of us could be in a much better place benefiting of technology and so forth. But unless we put really, really significant efforts toward that, this will not magically happen. Of course, it is an action. It is a decision to see that first and then put the effort. And this is why I also believe that Romania and some other countries in Europe have an extreme opportunity to not only catch up, but to lead in some of these conversations, precisely because blockchain, for instance, can be the hotbed for a new type of constitution, for a new type of embedded guaranteed rights that cannot be taken away from you, whether it's ownership, markets, and so forth. So maybe one last idea or point. If you would look 5 or 10 years in the future, especially at this 3 technologies, blockchain or Web3, AI, and the Metaverse, what would you say would be one crazy prediction for each of them that you think will surprise the most of the people in the world?
Yeah, so I think if I put them together, I think right now we're seeing artificial intelligence as something you use, you chat with ChatGPT. But I think a lot of it actually is AIs are going to be the customers. So one connection between AI and blockchain is that a cryptocurrency is really the only currency that an AI can use. The AI does not have to show ID, right? So cryptocurrencies and artificial intelligence go together because that is the money. Cryptocurrency is the money for AIs. And so AIs themselves are going
Will they take over through cryptocurrency?
Well, it's a good question. I do think we need to, I'm pro-technology, I'm pro-growth, we need to think about these things, but I want to see some problems before we start restricting the technology, right? Sure. But AIs, as users of cryptocurrency, as users of blockchain, I think many of your customers will be AIs, and that's the way to think about the future.
I welcome our future customers, not only users from all over the world, but all AIs all over the world. I do think that there is a possibility to have a kind of roaring decade. It almost seems like, because we're undecided, because we always go back and forth on the different ideas, and we don't really set our minds on a few things and push till the end of the world to reach them, we always get, we definitely get some economic growth, we definitely get some benefits, but we could indeed have a roaring decade of progress. And I do hope that some of these conversations actually spark either new technologies or new bridges that are built in society to take these technologies seriously, embed them into society. And I want to thank you, Alex, for being with us. And it's extraordinarily always to have a conversation with you. Thank you.
MultiversX.
Good morning, everyone. My name is William, and I'm an entrepreneur. Today, I'm really glad to be here with you. I started entrepreneurship long time ago, and with my friend and my brother, we created several companies. The first one started 8 years ago, and to be totally honest, I could never imagine that there is a possibility where I can be here today in front of you about to present what I will introduce you in a few minutes. So I'm really, really excited. On the other hand, I'm a bit stressed, to be honest, and also very, very proud to be here with my team in Bucharest in this ecosystem. I will, in this keynote, talk about my story and what we did. So I will start by the storytelling, and as a lot of stories, I started with a dream. And that dream started with a movie. I really hope every one of you saw Iron Man. When we thought that 8 years ago, we thought that Jarvis, the AI, was really, really, really cool. And we wanted to add one for our apartment. For the 2 or 3 of you who didn't see Iron Man, Jarvis is an artificial intelligence able to control different kind of equipment in a house and understand voice commands. So we tried to find one on the internet, but 8 years ago, it was before Alexa from Amazon, it was before Google Home, before Siri, and so on. So, of course, there is no one on the market. Then we decided to create our own one. And that's the beginning of our story. So, 2015, we created the company named Vivoca in France. We tried to hire the first talent, the core team. We work day and night to build the first product. And 2 years after that, we released Zach. Zach was a tiny hologram able to understand all the voice command. And thanks to voice control system, that can control every equipment. So we tried to present it to different prospects. We signed the first customers. It was mainly hotel and property development companies. We raised money. We start to create a solid advisory board. We had, for example, Julia, the creator of Siri from Apple. And we scale step by step. We won some awards. We scale the company, get the first customers. In 2020, we bought our first office. Then, COVID. COVID was a quite complex and interesting moment for the company. So obviously, we understood that it will be complex for us to continue to sell our product to hotels, but we listened to the market, and we understood that different kind of companies and markets are waiting not for Zach, not for a product, but for an artificial intelligence, for a speech recognition system. So we took our technology and we created a software named VDK for Voice Development Kit, which helps any AI companies, any companies in the world, to create and integrate a speech interface into a device. It could be a robot, smart glasses, a plane, a submarines, and so on. And it works for offline system. So let's take a focus on 2021. The statement was quite cool for the company. We had more than 100 customers worldwide. We had a strong and solid team. We signed solid technical partnership agreements, and we have a really interesting product. The VDK works in 42 languages, and we continue to improve it. But, because, of course, there always be a but. To continue, our research and development department needed a lot of data. And that data is used to train machine learning system. When you want to create an AI, you need data to train it, to test it, to improve it, and so on. So, of course, as a startup, we firstly tried to find free data on the internet, open source one. But we really needed more and more of data, and a better quality. So, at what time, we decided to try to buy some. So we contacted different kind of companies, Defi, Amazon Mechanical Turk, and a lot of data providers. And we bought different data sets. When we receive that dataset, we saw a lot of issues on the dataset. The first one, really important for companies, it was really, really expensive. To provide you an example, if right now I would like to create a voice assistant for Romanian people, I will need at least 1,000 of audio recording from people. And for that amount of data, it could cost me from $1 to $200,000. It's really expensive. The second pain point is the quality. We receive a lot of bad quality data because of background noise, because of audio issues on the file, because of bad accent. And trust me, you heard my English accent. I know what I said. Really, really bad quality. And finally, a bad diversity of data. If we want to build a solid voice assistant, we need voices from men, but also women, different ages, from different microphones, different background noise. The dataset has to be consistent. And finally, we only was able to use half of the dataset to work. And when we saw that, and when we understand that every AI companies in the world, not only in the speech recognition field, but also images, videos, and so on, had the same issues, the same problem, we decided to create our own solution. And now, I'm pleased to introduce you Tada.
ChatGPT.
Artificial intelligence.
The deep learning revolution.
Artificial intelligence has emerged as an incredible technological force transforming various aspects of our lives.
Thank you. And yes, we will be the next X Launchpad. In order to provide you a bit of information about Tada, and we work on this project since 2 years ago right now, this is the concept. So imagine you are an AI company. In your point of view, you have different needs. You need different kind of data with a quality expectation, and you have a budget. You will send an order directly to the platform. On the other hand, we have the community. We have users. And the Tada platform will get the job and spread it into different tasks to users. And we have two different categories of users. The first one are the data producers. So as a users, for example, and let's take a speech recognition use case, you will see on your smartphone a simple sentence. You will just have to read it, and your audio file will be sent on Tada. But this audio file will not be sent directly to the company, to the final customers. We will send it to 2 or 3 other users, and let's call them data checkers. The role of a checker will be quite simple. They will hold the audio file, listen it, and answer to simple questions. Is it a male or a female? Is there or not any background noise? What did he said? And so on. If all the checkers answer the same thing, the data is or not a good quality, the data will be sent to the company, and on the other hand, all the users will be paid. With this simple way, we can work with any kind of data. As the same thing, you can read a sentence, you can take a picture, a video, make a translation, and so on. It's really simple tasks. So, with this system, and it's really important, we answer to a real market needs. And last year, worldwide, AI companies bought for more than $60 billion of data. The market is huge. A real blockchain utility. So we saw a lot of issue on the Web2 companies who provide data. But thanks to our system, we will be able to prove that to the company, the data they bought was triple check, quadruple check, double check, depending on their needs. We can prove to a user who maybe will not be paid for what he provides that it's because 2 or 3 other checkers find that the quality wasn't good enough. Everything is transparent. And we use the blockchain for that and also for micropayments. Also, it's a real way to earn money. And with this platform, we answer basically to different things. All the needs of the company. So as I explained, the quality of the data, the price of the data, the diversity of the data, because we know every of our users. We know if it's male, female, the different languages, the different accent, and so on. So it's quite simple for us to spread the good task to the good people. But also, we created an ultra-fast services. And we are able to provide to our customers a better quality of data in hours where competitors make months. And that's really, really important to disrupt the market. On the other hand, it's perfect for the users. First of all, it's an easy way to earn money. And honestly, who is not looking to easy money right now? Second thing, it's accessible to everyone, worldwide. It's simple and intuitive. As I explained, it's quite simple to read a sentence, take a picture. Everything was created to be as simple as possible and intuitive. And finally, we try to create an application as fun as possible. Because for us, if we create something where people can earn money, something which is really useful for company, and the utility is really important, and on the other hand, something really fun, I think it could be really important for the ecosystem and for our community. Today, our system already works on the beta, and I invite you to test it directly in our booth. I would like to thank you all, the ecosystem, our team, which is here today, a part of the team, our different partners, MultiversX, and also Morningstar Ventures, who backed us since the beginning. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Sever, and I'm from the internet. I work with MultiversX to coach startups in the ecosystem. And what I tell each and every one of them is to use AI tools to 1000x their output. So it's my great pleasure and honor today to host this AI panel alongside our distinguished guests. To my right, we have Benjamin Richter. He's a customer engineer at Google Cloud and supporting digital native companies to solve the challenges of tomorrow. While Benjamin is fascinated by all products on the Google Cloud platform, he has a strong focus on solutions in the Web3 space. Please welcome Benjamin.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Next, we have Andreea Pleșa. She's the co-founder of Druid AI. She holds a PhD in conversational AI since 11 years ago, so she's the real OG of AI. She's a co-founder at Druid, Druid's a no-code, low-code platform which enables enterprises to automate customer and employee interactions using conversational business applications that leverage AI-driven virtual assistants and intelligent automation. Let's welcome Andreea.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Next, we have William Simoneau. Almost no introduction needed after the great presentation earlier. Great job, William. He is the CEO of Tada, a decentralized AI data collection protocol, allowing better accuracy and price, and Vivoca, an all-in-one solution that enables any company to create its own high-performance, secure offline voice AI assistant in record time. Please welcome William.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, let's get into it. But before we get into it, let's make sure that when discussing artificial intelligence, we are all talking about the same thing. You know, everyone talks about AI and gives like a range of definitions, from yet another software tool to an anthropomorphized computer or like a human-like robot. What is it? What does AI mean to you, and what is the most effective way of understanding this phenomenon and best capture its opportunities and challenges? Andreea, will you please go first?
Thank you. So basically, AI means the intelligence of a machine. This is to make it simple. But in a more broader sense, it represents the capacity of reasoning, of understanding, and acting as if it was a human. And now with the multitude of data that enterprises have, and you know, the big data, data lakes, the AI is also working into managing this whole data that surrounds an enterprise environment.
Awesome. William, will you then give us your definition?
For me, I saw a lot of kind of definition of what's an AI. But if I have to provide my own definition, I think thanks to programming, developers try to fix and to solve a lot of problems. And I think we can define an AI where we created a program who is trying to copy the way our brain works to solve a problem. For me, an AI tried to copy the behavior of a human to propose different solutions to something. Any kind of algorithm, even if it's not deep learning, could be an AI, depending on the philosophy we created the program. I think to have a good apprehension of that, we have to continue to understand how our brain works and try to reproduce it to solve problems more complex.
Very interesting how both of you referenced the human brain in the definition. Awesome. Benjamin.
Yeah, I don't know what to add in terms of a definition. I think we have two quite experts here next to me. I think the way I look at it is really to differentiate. I'm trying to say is that I would make a differentiation between generative AI, which I think we saw this video that William was showing, and often if you read, let's say, media or follow media, this is what everyone thinks AI is all about, and it's brand new. And we all know, or most of you should know as well, that AI has been there quite a lot longer in different shapes, and we just spoke about it before. You've been in the field for quite a few years, and I think this is the important bit, that there is a new iteration of AI now that is able to do things that the older versions of AI were not able to do necessarily before. But within, like, if you look at Google as an example, AI has been part of our products almost since the very beginning. So Google just celebrated 25th anniversary a few weeks ago, and I actually had to look this up beforehand, but even in the classic Google search, the autocomplete feature has been there, I think, since 20 years. And at its core, this is already powered by AI. But of course, over time, things have gotten better and more advanced, and it's super exciting to see what this latest generation of AI, generative AI, is able to achieve in products like Tada and even Druid. They can enable and unlock experiences that go way beyond this simple thing. You start typing a word and the search engine seems to know what you're looking for. And I think it's super exciting that it's actually not a new field, but it shows that this field has such a potential to do unimaginable things.
I think everyone here acknowledges Google as the OG AI. If anyone is here old enough to remember, like, Google search page back in the beginning, it actually looked like the chat interfaces of today. You put in text like what you want to do, and it had like conversational capabilities to a certain extent. And thank you for the Transformers paper. Awesome. All right. So the next question is about automation and robotics. We thought, you know, we'd see robot gardeners and self-driving trucks and all of the blue-collar jobs more or less automated, and yet here we are with the white-collar jobs, you know, now being, let's say, impacted the most because of the evolution of the AI. What is the direction of the ongoing AI-driven change, and how will it impact the way we work? William, can you take this, please?
In my point of view, we have to see AI as a tool. And basically, a really interesting tool, because I think AI can solve problem human cannot. Let's take an example on the healthcare. We can provide a lot of information on an AI, and this system can find a solution in few seconds, where maybe tens of medicine will not be able to, because an AI can take a lot of different kind of information, process it for specific needs, and provide a specific solution. So we will have to adapt the way we work, and of course, I think the best example I can provide is ChatGPT. So ChatGPT can revolutionize different kind of industry, the way we do communication, marketing, research, and so on. And we have to learn how we will be able to work on different kind of domain thanks to AI. We have to use it for the good things.
I love that answer. One of my favorite AI books ever, very controversial, is Dune, actually. So Frank Herbert said that machines will not replace humans. It's humans with machines that will replace humans. So I think that's very much in that. Benjamin, how do you feel about this?
I actually kind of thought about how I can make this as interesting as possible, and one of the kind of strategies I wanted to deploy was to disagree with one of the things you say, but I have to say I agree fully with what William just said, that yes, AI is in the first place, it's a tool. And maybe to give you a bit of background, like why Google is active in this space, I mean, you mentioned that we do research ourselves to improve our own products, like the Transformer paper, attention is all you need, that kind of is the foundation of all these large language models that we see now, like ChatGPT and our own solutions. But then on the other hand, I'm personally working in the Google Cloud department, and we are here to help other companies, other projects, other startups with digital transformation or improving their products, their experiences with the most like state-of-the-art tech. So in this capacity, when it comes to how can AI, to answer your question, how we see that, what impact AI will have, the tool itself, I think it is kind of, in a way, it doesn't do much by itself. It needs to be kind of coupled or paired with something else. And depending on, any of you might be an expert in a certain field, a certain industry, and you would be the person to best know what can be improved. And then look at it, if AI can help, most probably it can help in somehow to either solve the problem better or make your business more successful, make you more efficient or more creative. And Google Cloud is here to help you do that by providing the technology, the tools on our platform, but also the expertise. As I mentioned before, like we are doing research in the field, and like that's why we want to encourage you to be as creative and be the expert that you are, and we want to make it as easy as possible to use all these tools and latest technologies.
Beautiful. AI is augmentation for everything at every level. I love how AI is seeping into every Google product. It's so unavoidable and so makes so much sense. Beautiful. Andrea?
I wouldn't say that it will not replace some of the jobs, because if we look into the past, and for instance the telephony, when you were to place a phone call, there were some person that were literally making the link from one end to another. This was
Can you hear me?
cord phones. Now we have changed this, and we have virtual assistants
Can you hear me?
that pick up the phone, talk with the human, and
Hello?
from the other line, and when the
Hello?
virtual assistant cannot perform a task, it will route to a human in the contact center, so that there will still be a
Okay, I'll keep keep it up.
a backup plan for the virtual assistant when it's not able to
Great.
handle an automation. So the jobs will for sure change in the sense that we will not be doing the repetitive and mundane tasks
The
anymore,
background, I think, could be better not to,
will
ideally.
not involve creativity, but we will use our creativity to train
Sure.
the robots to do the jobs that we don't like to do. And
Hi.
I think that there is a hand-in-hand journey
It would
between
be
human
tough
and
because I'd be too
machine
far
when
from
it
the mic
comes
then.
to performing our
I want to make sure they
operational,
can hear me more clearly.
administrative, and also even creative tasks, as you mentioned, the
Okay, so
generative AI pattern.
like this.
Druid is a low-code, no-code conversational AI platform that can interact with any system from the company and can perform various tasks, but they are guided. So the Druid virtual assistants need some humans to build them. So the human builds the AI, and then the AI helps the human to perform its task. And we had our launch event
Yes, I do, right
3
here.
days ago in London, and we showed how Druid and Druid's large language models can be
Then it will
used
become
in
very
order
dark.
to automate different tasks. And our vision is to have a virtual
Okay.
assistant for every employee and every
See you soon.
persona, actually. And we actually showed how two virtual assistants can
Hey, how you
chat
doing?
with each other through voice.
Looking forward to
One
this.
being my virtual assistant that was helping me
See you
by
soon.
doing my
Arma.
day-to-day task, and because I
It's
was
good.
not
See you
feeling
soon.
well, he
Bye.
just called a private clinic to do
See you
me an
soon.
appointment to a doctor, and from the other end, the virtual assistant pick up the phone and perform on my behalf the booking of an appointment. So this is how we envision future, but in the back of those virtual assistants is still a
Sure.
human
Okay.
that
I'll
has
stay
to
on.
control
I'll see you soon.
whatever they are doing.
That's amazing. It makes me a bit
Okay.
sad when you said that the jobs will change, because I was really wanted to drop everything and follow my passion of working with spreadsheets. Seems like it's no longer a job for the future. Let's go to the next one. AI makes things easier for everyone. For example, I'm no programmer. I wrote a Hello World application. I got a blue screen. That's my level of programming. But now with AI, I can write scripts. I can make websites. I can make images, music, voice, virtual assistants. It's amazing. And with blockchain, I can fund and monetize my ideas much quicker. It's not wild to think that you can launch a new product in one day today. It's pretty crazy to think about it, but it's not so crazy now that you think about it. So, what are the most exciting things you think will come out of the intersection of these two important technologies, artificial intelligence and blockchain? Benjamin.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question, especially as I think we started by defining what we all think of what AI is. And I've seen with Web3, there seems to be often a bit of a, let's say, more wide open definition that some people mingle all these emerging technologies together, and I think it's really important to make a distinction, and that's why I think, especially now as we do, we differentiate between artificial intelligence or maybe Gen AI specifically, and then also blockchain technology. That's my personal definition of Web3, and I think Web3 itself is not a single industry. Web3, similar to AI, can be part of an existing industry of existing problems and challenges. And so the intersection, I wouldn't say, is limited to between AI and blockchain, where these two meet. It really matters what kind of use case, what you're already looking at, and then you can look at both technologies and see if they can both help what you're working on. But we do think there are at least a few quite specific kind of areas where they can meet, and I'm going to give you, let's say, 2 examples right here, and then there's more to come. I'm going to do a little talk about where these two technologies meet right after this talk on the smaller stage, little shameless plug here. And so what we see, one great use case for example, generative AI is to discover information in a lot of unstructured documents. And this can also come in handy in the blockchain space. Just think of very technical white papers or certain policies that you want to put in a smart contract. And for someone who, as you mentioned, is not a developer, this might be difficult to grasp, or even if you need a short summary to make an investment decision. And GenAI can help to get this information out of a wide range of complicated documents in an easy manner, either via a summary or even kind kind of chat interface that you can interact with and ask follow-up questions. And that would be just one example of where these two can meet from what we can see. But I'm curious to hear what you guys think about it.
Amazing. I feel the same way about Web3. I think the success of Web3 is, let's say, more or less like the blockchain part. The success of it will be when it's so deep in the technology stack that it's invisible, right? Like you said, like everything. I mentioned before, like with AI and blockchain, you can launch an application in one day, and that's because previous technologies, like the internet, like cloud, already make provisioning and communication easy. So we don't even think about that anymore, right? It's great. William, what's your take on it?
I think answer to this question is not that easy. What we know is a few years ago, we were limited by our hardware capacity in terms of processing, in terms of memory, and so on. But right now, we don't have those limits. So we know that there is different kind of advantage for AI to solve problems and for blockchain in terms of security, in terms of transparency, and so on. So what I know is that the next evolution of our world and of our technology will be able to be implemented really, really fast. And once again, ChatGPT could be a good example. But imagine the next use cases could be really, really complex. So we know that different industries will be revolutionized by this technology, sometimes by blockchain, sometimes by AI, sometimes by both. But both together, don't really know, and I can't wait to see.
Everyone is enthusiastic about the incredible universe of opportunities that lie at the intersection of these two technologies. Andrea, what's your take on it?
I would take this more on a startup part of the story, so the fundraising piece. We have recently closed a fundraising round, which is not necessarily I don't want to brag with this, but in an era where there is war, there is economic uncertainty, and there is the generative AI that for conversational AI, some say it will AI platform, some say it will be the death. It was a challenging time to raise a financial round, but the reason we have raised it and the reason we have been awarded this round, and it was even oversubscription, it was the ability of Druid platform to use the technology that is currently evolving and enhancing it. And there are the fund that has invested in Druid, is also investing in blockchain companies. So to be honest, blockchain companies might be more attractive than conversational AI platforms at the time. But there are even hedge funds that are investing crypto into so it's a new, let's say, a new track now. Besides the ordinary venture capitals, there are the hedge funds, and they are investing crypto into the new startups. What I want to say is that generative AI and the progress in AI shouldn't be seen as something that is a technology and something that is, I heard only ChatGPT. It's not only ChatGPT, it's a technology, it's a general thing, generative AI, as it was in the past natural machine learning, then natural language processing, then natural language understanding, now it's generative AI. So it's a natural evolution of technology that will soon become commodity, and in the future it will turn in something new, which we don't know. The importance is that we have to be prepared to adopt and to be very flexible and agile to adopt the progress in blockchain, the progress in generative AI, and whatever comes after with our products that we develop as startups.
I love how you mentioned the commoditization of innovation and how easily we get used to all these things that seemed just amazing just a day ago, and also leave it to the crypto degens to jump on the next potential bubble with AI and invest in everything. Yeah? But I think, all jokes aside, I think you did great to fund an AI blockchain, also taking an AI product, also taking the blockchain route. It's amazing. Like, another example of the intersection of the technologies. I love it. Not so long ago, we used to call data the new oil. Sure enough, tech companies have replaced oil companies as the most valuable in the world. Now, some have even been calling data the new money, right? What's the value of data in the AI world, William?
The new oil. You said everything. So yes, AI will be more and more valuable because as artificial intelligence will come in every industries, every AI needs data. We saw some statistics, some numbers, and the average budget for an AI company dedicated to the data is more than 60%. Not only for the collect of data, but for the labelization, for the data quality check, and so on. So it's really, really expensive, and the data is quite hard to find. Good quality data, I mean. Of course, different tools have data generation, data augmentation, and so on, will help us to materialize a part of this data. But we will still need human data and manual data, manual checking, and so on, to be able to create and to deliver really accurate AI. So I think for the next world and for artificial intelligence especially, data will be really, really valuable.
It's amazing, right? You both mentioned the brain, the human brain in the concept of artificial intelligence. Maybe it's not that far-fetched to think about us as a collection of data and algorithms, right? If we've seen Westworld, the whole operation they set up just to extract those algorithms, right? Quite interesting. I think it's amazing, the potential here. Benjamin, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as William said, and also what you are doing with Tada, I think it's really important because 100% data, like good data is the foundation of good AI. Like the more data you have, the more specific, the more accurate data you have, the better your model can be trained on it and the better it can perform. And this is definitely a challenge to like have enough of, especially like special data. If you have a niche use case, you need enough of this specific data for your model to be effective. So yes, data will be super important. That's the one side of AI. But also I think, especially as the name says, generative AI can create data. You can generate data with AI and build things on top of that as well. So there's like both sides to it. But in any case, I think it's important to, as you referenced big data, I think this term has been around for quite a while. But what we see now that many companies or organizations, they might have kind of what is considered big data, but it's not so easy to actually get the value out of it. It's still a challenge to kind of, let's say, organize it and make it accessible in a way that you can get business value or value for your product out of it. And I think we will see a similar challenge with AI. There's one thing that there is an opportunity, a possibility to train the model, but you still need to know how and which model makes sense. And I think this is where the kind of skill is now required and where the good models will come out that are able to really leverage this and find the right fit to the data they are trained with and the problem they are trying to solve.
It's great, right? We really do have much more data than we know what to do with, right? And now with AI, finally it begins to make sense and take shape into something so much more useful than previously thought. It's very true. Andrea?
I think that without data, there will be no progress in artificial intelligence. Basically, the data represents the oil, the training source for the models that are used in the generative AI, and not only, also for autonomous cars. They have big models of data that are used and ran in order to have the car driving you and so on. What I think is that the data is there, and it's everywhere we do. Even when we talk on the phone, the microphone is listening to what we are saying, and when you search on Google, then you see you see targeted content based on what you have talked with your mom on the phone. So this data is important to be used in a certain way. And exactly as you mentioned, Benjamin, the generative AI technology alone can hallucinate, can generate data that is not valid. That's the importance of having platforms like Druid is or other platforms that can control the quality of the data and the generated answer based on enterprise knowledge. So we control, what we are doing in Druid is basically we connect to all the data source in the company, be it in PDF documents, in any type of websites, but also in the systems, in CRMs, in ERPs, and so on. And we prepare prompts. And this is about new jobs, because I mentioned earlier that some of the jobs will change. It's the prompt engineering now. In the past, it was conversational user experience. There are also data scientists. So the jobs will be changing, and there is a requirement from the people to adjust to the new way of working, but also for the new use of the data and how we use the data.
I love it. I love it. We were discussing earlier about going from not having more data than we know what to do with. Now, with AI, it seems like the data is not enough. And I think I echo your sentiment that with AI, there's not enough data, and I think there will be a shortage of humans who are able to shepherd the data and the interaction between the data and the AI to make it into output. I love your outlook on the changing landscape of the workforce, and I loved everyone's input today. So thank you, and please let's thank our panelists. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Hello, hello. Oh, hey.
Hey.
Hello, everyone. Today we have a very interesting panel about spatial computing and if it's the future of the metaverse. And together with me, I have my friend and the man of the day, Benjamin Mincu, the CEO and co-founder of MultiversX. And through satellite, we have we have Herman Narula. Welcome, Herman, the CEO and co-founder of Improbable. And the author of Virtual Society, the Metaverse, and the New Frontiers of Human Experience. Herman, how are you? Welcome.
It's wonderful to teleport into Bucharest.
Maybe we need the sound, Herman's sound, to be a bit louder, I think.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, better. Awesome.
Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you for joining us. We're going to have a very interesting discussion today, and I'll go right through it. So last year, there was a lot of discussion, right? We had a vision of the metaverse that was, we thought about it, we saw it in a certain way, and then something happened, and essentially Meta launched something below expectations in terms of execution. Huge vision, but really below expectations in terms of execution. And sort of the discussion around the metaverse kind of faded, and it seemed not to be extremely interesting anymore. And then a few months passed, and two things happen. First, Apple says that it's going to launch the Vision Pro, spatial computing headset, mixed reality. Then Meta comes with their own product with Meta Quest 3, also a lot more about mixed reality, spatial computing. And at the same time, Meta came back and showed that they can actually execute on the avatars as well, with the podcast, with Lex Friedman and so on. So I'd like to ask you both, and you can decide who starts first. Why do you believe that, let's say, the narrative changed and the switch happened from what the metaverse kind of was supposed to be and switched a little bit into the mixed reality direction now? Maybe Herman, if you'd like to take this
You're
one.
bigger on the screen, so please.
You're the biggest guy.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Awesome. So, I mean, for me personally, it's funny because the public narrative did not tally with what was happening behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, actually, the interest in building massive immersive experiences from brands and sports and music only increased over the last year, where I think a lot of the hype went away, but a lot of the practical business problems that people wanted to solve continued to be real. You know, last night we broadcast a MLB playoff game into a virtual stadium for the first time in partnership with a broadcaster and with the league. Now that's solving a real problem. There's millions of people around the world that can't come to the game, that can't interact with each other in that context. So there are real business problems that virtual experiences can solve. I think mixed reality, though, is more accessible for the news media and for the investor community to see as a very logical step from the kind of computing people are used to now to something tangible, different, distinct, easy to describe, easy to explain. But for me, it's a lot more like the way Linux took over the server, right? I think the concept of the metaverse is more of a creeping invasion into culture and into the way we interact with experiences. And so I think, yes, it's great to see this narrative shift with sort of better demos, but I think what's really happening behind the scenes is this increased demand for these experiences, especially when you consider like young people 9 to 15, they don't want to passively consume experiences anymore. They want them to be interactive.
Makes a lot of sense. Benjamin?
Yeah, so I think there are 2 points to this. First, people don't want ugly or uninteresting products, which is super simple and common sense. Like, no matter how much money you've paid for something, if it's ugly and uninteresting, no one wants it. And I think that was the very hard and a very hard and predictable lesson for the initial conversation that we saw around Meta. But I think a deeper point is at play here, which is that if you think about computation, we've had this mental model for the last 20, 30 years about how we interact with computers. And the mental model was around intuitive user experience that has been built on top. And every computational platform, every computer, every phone, every clock, whatever we built was on this intuitive experience model. And what I'm referring to is when you boot up a computer, you have a screen with applications, and you tap into one application, and then you enter into that application. And this seems so simple and predictable and intuitive just because we've been using this for 20, 30 years. Now, Meta, interestingly enough, has tried at an earlier stage to create a phone where you just boot up the phone and everything that starts it is Facebook, like the application. And this, again, failed because of the same reason. The intuitive user experience mental model was not there. And so what I think is at play is if we take into account what users are used to, namely that they want a kind of interface where they first enter, and then they discover that there are multiple applications in there, and one of them is this, let's say, metaverse world, another is this world builder or something else that you're trying to do. Then you have something that you're building with. If we are starting with something where you're just entering in this metaverse world, it sort of feels strange because it's unintuitive. So you're still wondering, some mental loops are still open as to what is happening here. That's one of the points. And then the second point is also that spatial computing is much more about a platform that enables computational artifacts all around us. The key idea here is that whether in new worlds or all around us, as you've seen yesterday and the day before that, will have value or new ideas overlapped on top of the real world, just to enrich and expand everything we're doing, and understanding that this comes first, and only afterwards you're asking the question, what's the simplest way to actually access and interact with this type of experiences? Then you come to glasses, then you come to mobile phones, then you come to whatever enables the simplest experience right now. Of course, this will always improve and become much better with each passing year. But understanding this apparently simple, but then also very fundamental points is what changes the experience immediately. Because with Apple, you've seen a product that you truly love. This is what they're doing always, and with the Vision Pro, the idea is you'll not buy these glasses because you want to be in the metaverse. You'll just buy these glasses because you just want a different type of computer. It's a computer, you'll work on it, you'll do all the stuff, and incidentally, you'll also have this awesome experiences through which you can explore the worlds and so forth. So I think we're now much better positioned for experiences and interplay for all the applications.
Yeah, so Apple, I think, gave the signal. They usually do. They don't really enter a new market unless they really believe that that market will take off, and that they'll really manage to sell the products. So that's why let's say the conversations shifted again into a much more positive direction. And as you said, the experience, it's what drives usage. As long as you understand it, it's nice, it's something you can relate to easier, people will use it. You mentioned, Herman, you mentioned that you launched the Major League Baseball virtual ballpark. Could you tell us a little bit about that experience? It's not, from what I know, it's not a spatial computing type of experience, but it's more of a quote-unquote traditional experience. Can you tell us how that was received by the users, and maybe some insights about how companies are reacting to the technology?
Sure. So baseball is probably one of the oldest sports in the United States, and it is weaved into the very fabric of American culture. The organization is the only company, I think, in the US that's even immune to antitrust regulation. So it's a pretty profound part of American culture. And it's also a very old sport. The average age is like 50 years old of people who are fans of baseball. And it's very challenging for a game that lasts roughly 3 hours, and of which there are over 2,000 games a year, to see how to really bring an accessible experience, a social experience, to people all over the world who might be fans and within the States itself. So what we were able to do with the league is, over the course of a year, and we've now done 3 events, including last night, we were able to bring not just a few fans, but tens of thousands of fans into a single space at the same time. And there is a kind of magical chemistry that emerges with a large concentration of people. So in the previous event, I think there were actually as many people as there were in the live stadium virtually. And they could all speak at the same time. They could all talk to each other. And with a new product called Game Day 3D, we were able to bring the real-time movements of every player on the pitch into that virtual stadium. So you have the game being broadcast, you have the actual movements of the people, and you have the crowd all around. And that led to some really magical things. People started singing, crowds of people singing songs. There was a huge heart by home plate as a guy offering me bets on the side of the road. It was like being in an MMO of this sport. And what we're finding in terms of the feedback and the reaction is that this is fundamentally building tangible social relationships between people in a way that you wouldn't have imagined possible online because of the scale. But here's the funny thing: all of this works with VR and AR as well. So our approach is very much one of multiple access modes and access points. And as you look at the commentary and the discussion that was happening in the stadium, several people were remarking this would be awesome with a Vision Pro. I wish I could have a headset on right now and interact with this. So I think the immersiveness of a device builds on the presence of a useful virtual environment in which interesting things are happening. But you need both. I think just to support in some ways Benjamin's point where he said it's about looking good and being interesting. You need one or the other or both, right? So Minecraft is the biggest game in the world, but arguably one of the ugliest games ever made, in some ways. But it provides such a profound interaction mode that these things can work well. And lastly, I'll just finish by saying I think a $3,000 headset is an incredible, next step for many of us who can afford or can access that. But I'm also very interested in how, those cricket fans in India who have 4G phones, 5G phones, but no way of buying a headset can interact with the social experience of sport. So I think the metaverse and spatial computing have to have tiers of accessibility. They have to bring together people from a lot of different backgrounds and access modes to be useful.
It's indeed a very different and interesting use case because people that might have never watched Major League Baseball game before, now they can meet in a metaverse, watch a real live game happening. And I've seen, let's say, maybe a bit of a different use case where games are now streamed with cartoon characters on different channels so that youngsters start watching maybe hockey games and so on, helping them understand the game differently, and that's so cool, I think. All right, so obviously another big elephant in the room this year, in the past year, has been, and that kind of changed again the landscape, has been obviously AI and what OpenAI managed to do to push everything forward. And I'm curious, how do you both envision the integration of AI in enhancing the user experiences around the metaverse and spatial computing?
Please, Herman.
Anyone, you want to go first, or?
Yeah. You're the biggest guy on the screen, so.
I feel like a giant. I can see me seeing Bucharest right now, and I feel worried to move my hand in case I push the front row backwards. But no, so the most exciting thing for us is the formula really for value creation in virtual experiences is a little bit like the law of gravity. If you try to evade it, you will build a bad business. And the biggest term in that formula is the cost of content creation. The games are overwhelmingly too expensive to build these days. It costs hundreds of millions of dollars to build a semi-effective AAA game if you include things like marketing cost and content creation cost. And a lot of that content creation is incredibly archaic. If you've ever played a great role-playing game, I know many of you are probably fans, I am myself, think of all the quests, think of all of the assets, think of all of the content that needs to be built over multiple years. So for us, what we focused on is building new products, including an as yet unannounced renderer called Carnival, which effectively allows you to bring thousands of very different looking generated assets into the same environment where they can be interacted with by everybody. So no existing game engine actually lets you render that much diverse content on screen or to dynamically load it. And this requires you to think really differently about how you compress assets and compress textures and geometry. But what's interesting is actually just being able to put content creation in the hands of users, from a prompt to an asset to a skin to a quest to a piece of technology, that really fundamentally changes how games engage people. And it also upends the traditional value chain as well. What big publishers have that indie studios don't is the money to spend on vast amounts of content. Gen AI really levels that playing field if it's used effectively. I think that the final point I'd make is, I don't know how many people have seen Microsoft's AutoGen, which was released recently, but we've become very excited about that. And in general, I think while the world is talking about LLMs, the people in the know are really moving towards multi-agent frameworks and interacting agents which can create software from scratch and even do things like test that software and go through the loops of iteration required to make it solid. These multi-agent frameworks and services for agents, I think, are going to be extremely important in the future of Gen AI and how it becomes useful. And I even think there's a crypto angle here as well, because one of the first things we've started to experiment with, and I've done in my own time as well, is, okay, how do I make my agent transact now? Well, it can't get a bank account. It's going to need a way of interacting that is much more natural for that agent. And this is where the kind of crypto infrastructure, I think, will be supercharged by agentic software.
What I would add is that at the end of the day, what's actually happening is indeed speed of iteration accelerates tremendously. So whatever you're doing, you can do it 10 times, 100 times faster, but then also creativity level just goes through the roof. The things that you would need to invest time and effort to stumble upon, to cultivate and so forth, all of a sudden you start from a standpoint where you're 90% there. You just need a few sparks of energy to actually play with these tools and accelerate whatever you're trying to do. And the funny part is that this doesn't apply to one thing. So it applies to the entire value chain, whatever you're trying to do, whether it's the script, whether it's idea, whether it's incentives, whether it's then building the graphics or building the code, testing, deployment. It is extraordinary if you think about it, that we are nearing this point where English becomes the most adopted and powerful language of programming in the world. So to state that, and then of course other languages will become equally powerful, but to state that if you can speak English, you can now create worlds, create music, create experiences that then move generations. That's a fascinating thought to think about.
The funny thing is, it's actually all natural language, right? I mean, if I wanted to right now, I could talk to GPT in Romanian and have it interact with me and write code. I mean, I think you're really hitting on something really interesting, which is not only that natural language becomes the primary method of speaking into reality what you want to build with software, but also now people who speak any language can interact in a really profound way with, idioms, approaches, being translated from one to the other. Not only your words, but your meaning, your intent can be translated from one frame to another, which I think is really profound. I would also add that I think this is where I think, honestly, the MultiversX ecosystem is a little bit of a dark horse. The way in which you guys have adapted toward not just the metaverse, but preparation for mass user creativity and generated assets, I think will bear a lot of fruit as these technologies proliferate. And it almost feels like we're in the early days of crypto, when people were sort of, you had kind of believers and you had doubters and you had people who were thinking, okay, this technology is important, but where will it go? And that is, I think, where a lot of, not necessarily the sort of GPT AI conversation, but a lot of the more asset generation conversation currently is. The journey from making an image in DALL-E or Midjourney to a game-ready asset, one that is rigged, one that is animated, one that is properly loaded, one that is properly managed in terms of resource constraints, that is a different pipeline, and no one's built that yet. And when that pipeline is ready, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how it gets adopted. Interestingly, one of the reasons why we focused on an open source standard for objects using kind of web technologies is because we see the need for a non-engine specific, non-context specific asset definition, which is extremely necessary when people are starting to generate all of this user-generated creativity and want to apply it to different contexts. I think it's going to be very damaging for the business models of some companies which really rely upon these closed ecosystems in order to flourish.
Of course, and now you kind of raised, let's say, the ball to the net, and because we are here talking about Web3, blockchain, I'd like to ask Benjamin, how do you see Web3 and decentralization driving the future of the metaverse?
I do think that the interplay will be indeed between blockchain, AI, and the metaverse, and you'll over and over see how each of this variable changes every other variable, in the sense that if you look at AI, whether it's in the physical world or in any type of virtual world, you'll just be able to accelerate everything that you love. Create more of it, create more, do it more custom on all the languages you want, and so forth. And then blockchain will give you the structure to embed rules for interaction, for markets, for exchange in a way that scales with the world. And then the part that you'll have around the metaverse is just embedding this into experiences. The idea of spatial computing will be that you'll try to create experiences all around you, just more rich. Suppose that we're in this building, and then you have different artifacts that you can claim, that you can exchange, that you play a game with, whether it's for education purposes, where it's just interacting in a multiplayer fashion. But then the idea is that this is only the starting point, that you'll be able to transition and portal through different portals, go from one world to another, explore whatever your imagination longs for in some sense. And everything I'm describing now, it almost feels like it's the next 6 to 12 months. It's not, it doesn't feel like we're discussing about the next 5 or 10 years, which I would say will become significantly more interesting, because as soon as you have these platforms that are working, then it's almost like going back to the metaphors I was using. It's like we're having the first piano for the first time. We're looking at it, of course we're playing a few tunes, but we've not yet crafted the first symphony. And during the next period, when we'll see the first truly groundbreaking, let's say, experience, at that point we'll understand how fulfilling, how meaningful, how insightful it can become. And that's also what will accelerate probably the progress, because it's not enough for us to state these ideas. When we transform them into realities that people can share, at that point everyone wants to join and the acceleration kicks in.
Maybe Herman, if you'd like to add something about what you see in the next even 1 year, 2 years happening in the future in this.
So I think we're in a period of profound economic disruption in interactive entertainment. So we've just seen the Activision-Microsoft merger happen, which is an unbelievable consolidation of talent, all of whom make games inside maybe the most important AI company on the planet at the same time. So I can envision that. I mean, there was Satya Nadella was in London a few days ago, meeting a few founders and talking about AI and how they intend to apply it. It's very clear that Microsoft will take Activision and Microsoft IP and probably do some pretty amazing things with Gen AI, I would imagine. But equally, we're seeing a world where, for the first time, there is actually a huge challenge in growth in gaming. The cost of acquiring a new user, $10 now. To get someone to play a game for free costs $10. So suddenly the enormous economic imperative to reduce that cost, the enormous economic imperative to make it cheaper to build content, is something that cannot be ignored. It doesn't matter if you're a skeptic or if you're a conservative around this technology. There is a deep fire that has been lit under companies to adopt it and to make use of it. So I think that, combined with the rapidly accelerating pace of the technology and this self-building nature of the technology, this is something we should not forget. GitHub Copilot is now being used, I don't know by how many developers, but a vast number of them. And so the very rate at which we make software, including the software that will power the Gen AI revolution, is getting faster and faster and faster. And that growth rate is not exponential as we've been used to, right? It's something else entirely. I don't really have I don't think it's hyperbolic, but I think it's some sort of like faster function. And I do think also there's going to be a little bit of a battle for the soul of all of this. Those of you in the crypto community have already dealt with and seen the challenges of regulation. I think right now, Gen AI is going through a similar moment. I'm talking to a lot of founders and investors who are very concerned about open source AI being banned or being regulated, particularly in Europe in some fashion. So I think we have these three forces. We have an economic imperative to adopt this stuff as fast as possible. Almost you couldn't imagine a better scenario for needing this. Interest rates are high. Everyone needs to reduce cost. Everyone needs to adopt this type of technology. You have a technology that builds itself, which means that it's going to get quicker and quicker. And you have a battle for the soul of open source versus closed. So it's going to be a very interesting time. I mean, what's the phrase? There are years where nothing happens and weeks where years happen. I think this is going to be a year where a century happens.
Benjamin, something to add on what the future holds?
No, I would just double click on this idea that there's many things that we're doing, but indeed, when we're building a machine that becomes self-improving, that starts improving itself with a faster rate than we can understand and manage, there's an extraordinary opportunity in some sense with what that machine can do. And there's also some ways where you want to be careful with where this goes. In many directions, I'm the first to push for progress, acceleration to the maximum. But I do think that with AI, it's almost like you're squaring the power of almost any other technology, just because you can apply it so well across the field. And it's not clear that people yet understand how vast this power is as we speak. So to understand its power right now is one thing, then to look at how the last 6 to 12 months have changed in terms of image, video, audio, and everything on that front. I do believe that the entire entertainment space, but then also everything we do as work will probably shift. And I think there's a great scenario where this can become extremely positive, where we start doing more of the things we love, more of the things that are meaningful and fulfilling, and less of the things that are purely repetitive and we would not be excited about. And at the end of the day, I would say it's the first symphony that will craft, that will shift our minds. Up until that point, we're scratching the surface, we're getting excited. But when we see that first step, I think everyone will want to join, will want to push toward this goal. And I'm happy to see that Romania doesn't wait, that even in the conversations that we have had with the ministers and so forth, they understand that this is the opportunity that we can seize and that we can create enormous opportunities with. Please, Herman.
I think when you mentioned Romania there, I think there's kind of triggered in me a very similar impulse, which is one of the things I found most exciting and why I'm pleased we're working together in ways you don't want me to talk about here on stage. But one of the reasons that I got so excited about Multiverse is because you guys have accomplished so much with such few resources in the beginning relative to the typical Valley model, the typical million engineers at Google kind of model. And it's interesting to me that this blind spot, that great innovation can happen and is happening in Romania and in other places that are not normally the places of focus for Silicon Valley. It continues to be a blind spot. I talk to investors every day who ask me, aren't there no innovative crypto companies in Europe? And I'm just like, how could you possibly, how could you possibly draw that conclusion? And I think that actually that's a huge strength. You guys almost have a invisibility cloak that you should take advantage of. While others are busy discussing these topics, I think you can ship, and you have shipped, and you have built things. Whether it's adaptive state sharding or adoption of techniques that were being touted as cutting edge when you'd already implemented them. In crypto, I think the same mindset can be brought to Gen AI. The beautiful thing about this technology is it just doesn't require a lot of money. It is actually a profoundly proliferated technology already rooted in open source, already very, very efficient to work with. Yes, of course, training foundational models can require hardware and can be expensive, but making use of the more high margin, high value applications of these technologies, which is where all the value will lie, that requires ingenuity, that requires a boldness and a willingness to execute on these things, which I think exists all over the world. I also feel like there's a real blind spot that people have, which is very similar to the early days of crypto, which, Benjamin, you were more part of than I was. But it's not just a technology, it's a new way of thinking about how you build a business, how you do things. It's a mindset shift. And wherever those mindset shifts happen, giants tend to topple and tend not to be able to adapt to that. So for me, there is very much a gunpowder moment here. What castles can we bring down? What previously unassailable businesses, because of their monopoly power or because of, no one could ever have imagined, a challenger product popping up, where are those vulnerabilities? And I think that this particular ecosystem is really well positioned to take advantage of that. So I'm excited to see what people in the crowd, go and build and go and do, and what you continue to create, Benjamin, as well.
Woo! Thank you.
Awesome. I think on that note we can end the panel in a very positive note. Maybe Benjamin, if you have one last thought or anything to add.
Let's just build it.
Let's build it.
Yeah, let's
do it.
Thank you so much, Herman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Welcome back,
Welcome
ladies
back.
and gentlemen. Thank you.
Good to
okay,
see you
let's
again.
start like this
Thanks.
after lunch. It's perfect. Thank you
Many
very
thanks.
much. As we unfold the second part of Chapter 5, or our xDay journey, the spotlight shifts to the true architects of progress, the builders. In an era, ideas are the new currency. It's the builders who turn this vision into reality, acting as the very engine propelling our economic growth.
Now, builders, from those coders just coding away in their dimly lit rooms to the, of course, engineers working on complex tools, today we celebrate those hands and minds that build, that innovate, and transform. We'll delve deep into their stories, their challenges, the sheer grit that drives them, that drives you, to put in shape the economic landscapes of tomorrow. And in return, we'll learn a lot. They'll teach us about ZK rollups on MultiversX. We'll have Grigore Roșu, he's ready, President and CEO for Runtime Verification, to help us with that, followed by James Davies, co-founder and CPO from Takan Labs. He's been here from Thursday, just told me. He'll bring us from Tradfi to Defi. Then Karina Kurmanbayeva, product manager at Swing.xyz, will be redefining boundaries with cross-chain innovations. Now, once we got through all that and all these, we'll benefit from two amazing panels. We'll discuss premier custodians and institutional adoptions, as well as retail adoption at scale.
And finally, we'll be wrapping up Chapter 5 with Danielo Carlucci, founder and CEO of Morningstar Ventures, on what it takes to be an entrepreneur and build something valuable versus meaningful. Back to back with Fabrizio Dotria, head of developer ecosystem at Ledger, will provide insights into Ledger and MultiversX and how to accelerate user adoption.
This is how the afternoon will look like. We'll now introduce Grigore Roșu. Let's start up with ZK rollups on MultiversX. There's a lot to say about the mathematical-driven mind of Grigore Roșu, but here's one thing to say. Between 2000 and 2002, his mathematically driven mind has got him to NASA. He's literally out of this world.
Yes, on his rocket-like flight, he also stopped to teach at the University of Illinois and to research in the Information Trust Institute. He is known for his contribution in runtime verification, the K frameworks, matching logic, and today he lands at xDay. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Grigore Roșu.
Thank you for the amazing introduction. Today, right here, in this amazing location, I'm going to introduce, for the first time, our new zero-knowledge protocol, Pi squared, or proof of proof. Pi squared will power the future blockchains and rollups, because it will allow us to write smart contracts in any programming language and any virtual machine, and their execution will be correct by construction. Runtime verification and MultiversX have a long history of successful partnerships and collaborations. We help them from day zero to mathematically, rigorously analyze their code and protocols. And because of that, because of these successful collaborations we had, we are currently discussing a new partnership where we will deploy Pi squared for the first time on MultiversX. Let us dream for a few seconds. How would an ideal ZK rollup look like? It should be universal. We would like to write programs, smart contracts, in any programming language, in any virtual machine, and to use the development environments and IDEs that we are used to. Also, we'd like it to be fast, but that's not enough. It must also be correct, and ideally correct by construction. How is that possible? That is possible thanks to recent research results, both at runtime verification and in my lab at the University of Illinois, that allow us to reduce this general and pretty vague notion of verifying computational claims in any programming language to verifying mathematical proofs. So we reduce computing to mathematics. And the mathematical proofs will be verified using a universal proof checker that will be implemented as a custom, ultra-fast, zero-knowledge circuit. Okay, so the motto here is verify mathematics, and you can verify everything. This is what will allow us to have correct by construction execution of programs, because it already goes through mathematics, proved correct, and then it will be deployed. And it will work with all programming languages and all virtual machines, simply because programming languages and virtual machines will be mathematical theories. What really happens under the hood is a very crisp and unique separation of concerns between programming languages and cryptography, and puts them together in something that is much bigger than the sum of the parts. The K framework that we developed over more than 20 years, the first ideas of the K framework came when I was a research scientist at NASA. Then in 2002 and 2003, I moved to the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, where we had the first prototypes. And since then, we continuously evolved the K framework. The K framework allows you to plug and play your programming language. And then, once you do that, it will generate mathematical proofs for everything you want to do with that programming language. To execute programs, to verify programs, everything. Any kind of computational task. The only problem with mathematical proofs, especially with very, very rigorous mathematical proofs, is that they are large. Think terabytes size with all the steps. However, and that was the key insight that led to pi squared. However, you can verify mathematical proofs with a very simple proof checker in the order of 200-300 lines of code. And now if we can implement that proof checker as a zero-knowledge circuit, now we can generate a cryptographic proof of existence for a mathematical proof. Proof of proof. And now, as I said, we plan together with the amazing MultiversX team to bring this all to MultiversX. This is how it will look like. Programming languages, virtual machines, specifications of various protocols, all of these, which are usually hardwired in programs, will be plain data on the blockchain or in the rollup. For example, Solidity will be stored at a unique address where everybody knows that Solidity is stored, or a certain version that we care about. EVM, same. ERC20 template, same. Even conventional languages like C, Java, LLVM, all of these will become mathematical theories, which we call formal semantics, and they will be stored as such on the blockchain as data. Now, when we want to compute something, when we claim a certain computation, that will be transformed by front ends into a formula, like we see the blue formula here, or a theorem, and then that will be proved automatically and very fast. Don't worry. Proof will be fast. And then we get the zero knowledge certificate. And that's the only evidence we need that the claim is true. And that can be verified with a very simple verifier, ZK proof verifier, which will be the only program that needs to execute on the rollup as a smart contract. Consensus will be achieved by MultiversX. So we build this solution on top of MultiversX, and we get consensus for free, which is hard. We get it for free. Notice that there will be no hardwired or predefined programming languages on virtual machines. There will not even need to have compilers and interpreters as we know them. So we don't have to worry about the bugs that usually come with this. And in spite of having no predefined virtual machine or programming language, and ironically, somehow, we'll be able to write smart contracts in any programming language or virtual machine. So we can use any programming languages in smart contracts, and we don't have to worry about the correctness of their execution anymore. So would you guys like to have this universal ZK rollup on MultiversX? Okay, that was a question, really. So this room is great, but has bad acoustics. Would you guys like to have a universal ZK rollup on MultiversX? Cool. Thank you.
Hello! Come on! I know it's the last day. We're in the middle of the Saturday afternoon. Hopefully, we can give you some nice, useful information that you can take away and do something with here. And we can leave on a high with some views about what could be happening on this chain over the next few years. So, my name's James. I come from a company called Takens, but the product that we've got on MultiversX is DX25. It's a DEX. Just launched this week. Hopefully everybody here has traded already. No, not quite yet. So I don't want to talk about a set of features and give you another rundown on another product and how that's going to work. I want to talk about ambition and vision and future and what we want to do, where we want to go and what we can see happening across not just MultiversX, but across DeFi and across blockchain. I want to talk about derivatives. Now, this is a big statement to say behind me, so I've got to have some numbers, because numbers mean everything. I'm a physicist. If I don't try and talk in numbers, it confuses me, so I'm going to try and talk in some numbers. Crypto is a 1.1 trillion market. Fashion is still a bit bigger than us. It's a 1.7 trillion market. Globally, oil does 2 trillion a year in trades. The total value of all of the billionaires in the world is 8 trillion. The total value of all of the global stock markets is 100 trillion. The total value of all real estate everywhere in the world is 300 trillion. The total value of derivatives is 765 trillion. That's what turns over a year in the derivatives market. It's an enormous number. This is by far the biggest market in the world. If you take all of the cash flows from all transactions and add them all up across the whole world, it's almost comparable to the amount that moves in derivatives. Derivatives are where the markets trade to move value around between different ecosystems. They're something that we can already see across the blockchain. We can see some of the really successful businesses across our space are DEXs that are supporting perps, exchanges that are offering perps and futures and options. I'm going to talk about what we see coming on there. We think derivatives are key to the next bull cycle. Why are they key to the next bull cycle? What we all want, what every single person in this room wants, is we want people to see what we're doing inside these ecosystems, see the value, see how we're solving problems in new, novel, capable ways, and to invest in those projects. To do that, they have to put money into these platforms, into these blockchains, into these ecosystems. Lots of investors want to be able to do that, but they worry about risk. They worry about the correlation to Bitcoin, the correlation to chain tokens. They want to be able to hedge it. That's what derivatives are for. And when they're here and on scale, it unlocks people to be able to invest. Now, if I invest in a supermarket stock and their price is dictated by the price of electricity, I'm not trying to invest in electricity. I'm trying to invest in how good they are at groceries. So what does that mean? How do we make that work on chain? Leverage and capital efficiency are key. I've spent 25 years, I used to have a colored jacket in Chicago, wave hands, hold bits of paper and throw them at each other back in the late 90s. Capital efficiency, from my perspective, means more than 1,000x in leverage. 10 is not good. 10's not even a starter in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, we want to be seeing really big numbers and capital efficiency and lots of products you can trade at the same time. That's why we think futures and options will win over perpetuals. Over time, they dominate in each of these spaces. However, building futures and options on a blockchain is a complex process. To make them work well, people's collateral, so the money that you put up for it, needs to work against them. So they haven't worked today. They haven't worked today except in every single other market in the world. Yeah? Literally, I know tin traders in Indonesia, I know grain traders in Somalia. I know people all over the world who use these. They work in every single market. It's because it's complex to make the margin work on chain. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try and put all of those together in one place, but it's a big project. We need to get the right infrastructure to move the variation margin around because people want to touch their money quickly. If we solve that problem, we unlock everybody else's capital to come in and invest in our projects. So when we do this, this is about then allowing other money to come in. So we're certain they're going to happen. The question is who and where. Why not here? We think this can be done on MultiversX. We think MultiversX has a fantastic ecosystem, some of the best technology. We believe Rust chains just are a better place to build these complex ecosystems where we can test and verify how that works. And we think MultiversX is at the front of being able to do that. So they're going to happen. If we want it to happen here, we collectively have to support that happening. The chain that gets this right will be the entry point for money, and the dominant part of the ecosystem will be DeFi when you look at it from the outside, but it's going to enable everything else to build. So we want to get this on MultiversX. So what are we doing? I'm going to actually do a little bit of talk about our products now. So DX25, spot DEX first. Can't build any of this without a spot DEX. Now, if you can't move around the basic stuff of spot DEXs, so that's up and running. Our spot DEX is a concentrated liquidity AMM, so it's giving you much, much better prices when you try and swap. It's the low slippage. You can see every other ecosystem, the concentrated liquidity AMMs are the dominant way in which people trade on DEXs. That's what we're doing. Second thing is partners. You can't do anything alone. We've got some deals with Hatem, with AshSwap. We're close to lots of people in the ecosystem. And when Hatem puts out its stablecoin stuff, we will be supporting them with really big liquidity incentives to try and make sure that more money is flowing into this ecosystem. So we're going to bet our value and our tokens on our partners succeeding, not just on ourselves. Then comes the ambition. To build the complex product, and we can publish you all of the information and the white papers and how we're going to build it, we need to go through the launchpad process and raise a lot of money. And as we go through that process, we'll have very clear roadmaps. We're going to ask everyone to come in, support that, and then we'll push out the derivatives platform. So, sum up, so I don't get long, get an 8-minute slot. we think that DeFi really is this core piece where we can see how well the ecosystem is doing as a whole. And if their derivatives are being built, then that's a signal to all of the rest of the community, all the VCs, and all of the degens that are investing into these projects, that they're going to see a healthy ecosystem in the future. So what do we need you to do? Join in with these platforms. You can't, if everyone sits on their bags, nothing happens. Got to make trades, got to engage with all these partners, make trades on the partners, join the socials, learn about this, push it forward. And then when we come out with the launchpad, it needs to be supported. It's not just us. All of these innovative projects that are trying to do things to the next stage need support to succeed. And our bags get valuable if we all support all these projects. So we'll be making announcements about that very soon. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Karina, and I lead product at Swing. In the rapidly evolving world of Web3, we're all explorers, venturing into the unknown. And yet, within the multiverse ecosystem, we stand here today at the edge of a new horizon. Here, the boundaries are not just challenged, but transformed, with Swing leading the way in cross-chain innovations. MultiversX has 165 million total value locked in. This impressive figure represents commitment, innovation, and the trust of a community. A significant journey, but just the beginning. Then there's Ethereum with its massive 46 billion total value locked in. Drawing from that pool could amplify growth, innovation, and position MultiversX as a leader in a broader blockchain ecosystem. The potential is transformative. But what's holding us back from seizing this opportunity? The MultiversX bridge currently connects to Ethereum, Binance, and soon Polygon. That's a great start, but blockchain world is vast and full of potential. Growth requires more flexibility. Developers are innovators at heart, but to build, they need the right tools. Without a comprehensive cross-chain toolkit, the effort multiplies, distracting them away from core product innovations. For new users, the journey isn't just disjointed, it's unclear. Before diving into an app, they're sidetracked to find tools like bridges, exchanges, just to get essential tokens that they need to explore the ecosystem. This added complexity creates barrier to user onboarding. Introducing Swing, a cross-chain SDK that helps developers onboard decentralized liquidity to MultiversX and 24 EVM and non-EVM chains. All in one integration. We aggregate bridges like MultiversX, Axelar, Stargate, Wormhole, and decentralized exchanges like AshSwap, PairSwap, 1inch, so that you as a developer, you don't have to worry about that and maintenance of those integrations. Our mission is to accelerate growth, global adoption of decentralized liquidity across blockchains. It's a vision of liquidity without borders, without constraints, a universe where every transaction, every move is fluid and unhindered. With Swing, developers can build cross-chain applications, enabling people to use any token on any chain to stake, swap, or deposit directly into protocols on another chain like MultiversX. All in one transaction. For developers, this means tapping into a vast well of cross-chain liquidity. For users, it's about ease, efficiency, and potential. The real magic emerges when visionaries unite. When we join hands with the giants of MultiversX, the MultiversX Bridge, AshSwap, XExchange, we weren't just building another partnership. We set out to craft a new chapter for user onboarding, adoption for the Multiverse ecosystem. Imagine a universe where in one transaction, a user can swap any asset on any chain to another asset on MultiversX, including eGold, to start their MultiversX journey. I'm really excited today to announce that cross-chain swaps from Ethereum, Binance, and Polygon will be coming to MultiversX soon this year. Going beyond that, we'll be enabling cross-chain staking, lending, and liquidity deposits for MultiversX. So protocols on MultiversX like AshSwap, Haram, or XExchange can accept cross-chain deposits, staking from users with any token on any supported chain. Every dApp thrives on its community, its user base. But to attract and sustain, you need liquidity. Our tools supercharge your dApp, bringing in users from other ecosystems with ease. Integrate Swing SDK, API, or widget to take your app cross-chain. We've crafted our tools with developers in mind. Now you have the power to elevate your app and realize its full potential. Let's join our forces, amplify our strengths, and together, let's take the MultiversX ecosystem to unprecedented heights. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Tony Lukic. I am the editor-in-chief of Be in Crypto Germany, Austria and Switzerland. And we're having some interferences here. With me is Marcus Benitez on the right side. He's the head of business development of Copper. Hello Marcus. And Dorian Vincileoni, I hope I pronounced it correctly.
All right.
Business development for KuCoin.
Thank you, happy to be here.
So please, gentlemen, have a seat.
Thank you.
So, right from the start, I'm going to be a bit cocky here, so excuse me for my English if you may so. Blockchain is decentralized. Everyone can buy a hardware wallet, store their keys by themselves, use a browser extension, and secure their crypto. We don't need pension funds, banks, or large institutions in crypto. So please change my mind.
Okay. So first, I would say that the decentralization level is still an argument that lots of people, and the discussion that is still going on for many ecosystems and many blockchains. But about the need, I don't think I'm going to change your mind, because there is no need for these people, these institutional investors, to join, actually. It's more about how users can benefit from it as well. So if you have some time for an allegory, we could think that at the beginning, it would have been possible for authoritarian regime or states or whatever to remove the internet before it became a thing, before it became so integrated in our everyday lives, in our everyday processes, that now it would really disrupt the economy, technically speaking, but also in terms of communications, etc. So with crypto, we might have to go through the same pattern, same way, in order for it to be more institutionalized, more in our daily processes, etc., for it to become a thing that cannot be removed should things go wrong in a way that we don't want to see them going, obviously.
Do you agree to that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think personally, from my point of view as a user, I am all in for disintermediation, decentralization, and then self-custody, I would say. But of course, when you want to thrive in an ecosystem, like for example, MultiversX, you need institutional players to bring capital. So it's one of the first, underlying, needs for any healthy ecosystem to have capital. So idle capital that needs to be deployed in an ecosystem that comes normally by VCs. You have hedge funds, market makers, exchanges. So a lot of different players which cannot rely on self-custody, because yes, we know that we are in a trustless ecosystem, but at the same time you need some level of intermediation to be able to thrive, because in the end, the underlying investor that is putting money into a hedge fund, they want to actually to trust that hedge fund, that nobody is able actually to run with the money. And one of the issues is one of the features that blockchain has, but it can be a problem on the institutional side, for example, is the determination of that transaction. So once you send something, you cannot recall it back. So that's why you need a setup that people like Copper and different type of companies can provide. So I think there is a place for everyone, and I think that's the final statement. No?
So you would kind of say that it needs both for us in the space to kind of foster blockchain deep into society, into regulation, into. Would you generally agree to that? Like, we need decentralization probably for normal customers, but we need...
It depends on your vision. It depends on what you're trying to do. Once again, if we're talking about institutional investors specifically, I'll take an example that's very... it's a caricature of an example to show what I mean.
Yeah.
So you have pension funds. Even if they wanted to join and invest in such assets, such products, they could not, because their risk policies and processes would not allow what you just described, which is if a transaction goes wrong, then there is nobody to speak to. If something goes wrong, you're just like, there is no cover-up, there is no insurance, there is nothing. So in order for this to be possible, there needs to be a level of intermediation, and that's why we are seeing actually the institutionalization that we are seeing right now. Because all these institutions are seeing the interest that's around crypto, like the organic interest that has been created around it, and they need to find ways to go there, even though the ways that we created technologically, originally decentralized, that they are not doable for them.
So it's kind of compliance, right? So it's basically their compliance at the institutional level, which they have to keep, the pension funds, the banks, whoever is going in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe to add there, I
Sure.
mean, there is a reason why pension funds don't invest directly, in tokens. They go normally through maybe private equity. If you're lucky, maybe you find a company that is listed on an exchange, like a traditional exchange, and that's better for them or easier to hold. So they delegate the security and all these problems that brings what is custody of digital assets.
Is it because they don't have the capacity? Like, what would hold a pension fund back of doing it by themselves, or just let's say, establish a daughter company and just do it by their company?
Yeah, it's a complexity. No, they don't want to take that risk on themselves, so they rather delegate it in people who specializes in that type of setup, and that's
technically nothing is stopping anyone from competing with Google for a search engine.
Yeah, yeah, you're very right. I just want to read some stats. So the year 2022 has recorded a trading volume of 27 trillion US dollars. In 2021, we had 55 trillion, which is obviously twice as much, but as you know, we've had a bull market, bear market, so it's quite astonishing. There is a report by Chainalysis which says that institutional investors' trading volume, and again, this is way lower than the figures I just read, is around 400 billion US dollars in 2022. In 2021, we had 118 billion. So it's kind of reverted. The institutional investors have a way higher trading volume in 2022, although we have a bear market, basically, and the general market is the exact opposite. How would you interpret that data?
Yeah, well, we have a very, I would say, very clear use case within the copper ecosystem. So we have a tool that is called Rollups. We're expecting KuCoin to be part of it very soon. So essentially what allows to the traders or the hedge funds is actually to be able to do off-exchange settlements. So they can leave the tokens in custody with us, and then they are able to trade it on the exchange. And then they settle post-trade. What it means in practical terms is that they feel nowadays more comfortable to do more volumes and trade more because they have the insurance and the trust that, for example, someone like Copper can provide.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
So the 209 bill more is just from copper?
It's not copper, definitely. Not for 2022. Actually, after FTX, we have been working in this solution for more than 2.5 years. But after FTX, everyone that we have been preaching to, they went actually to the exchanges and say, guys, we want to keep trading with you, but we need a solution because we don't feel comfortable anymore. And that's the point, right? So when they start to feel comfortable, they start to trade more. And you're going to see the numbers. I mean, I cannot disclose them now, but in 2023, I mean, it's a bit funny, but actually our tool has record after record, month after month for the last 6 months since we integrated, for example, OKX and Bybit. So that gives you an idea of, yes, the sentiment is quite negative, but at the same time, they start using these solutions. And that's one of the building blocks that we need, to help to foster the ecosystem in the end.
So you're also seeing that with your numbers that the trading volumes are definitely going high. Will you have, at this point, a better 2023 than 2022?
I mean, I would say, I wouldn't dare to say that the volumes are higher in general. I would say that some of the volumes that were happening before directly on exchange, they are now going through Rollups. In the end, if you go to CoinMarketCap and you see the volumes of the exchanges, that will not be affected by copper, right? We are just a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah. Would you agree to that? Is the institutional trading volume for KuCoin also in
Actually, yeah, it's increasing, but it's increasing in the way that we have to take into account the main challenges that they are facing right now. The one that you mentioned is definitely the concentration risk, if we could call it this way. Like they want to minimize their risk exposure, and that's why it goes through third-party custodians or even through loans. For example, at KuCoin, we try to let institutionals with loans, we try to make the loans as flexible as possible so that they can continue to trade on the exchange, having a large part of their assets off the exchange. We also try to be more flexible with the withdrawal limits, etc. All these are reactions, of course, to the Black Swan events that happened in 2022. But yeah, integrating third-party custodians, mirror trading also we're investigating. Like there are very different ways to address this concentration risk. Now, we already mentioned the compliance risk, like regulation is a thing, of course, and the more clarity we have about this, the more institutions will be able to project themselves long-term. Not that they are not doing it already, as you mentioned. Like, if you think about the fact that we're in a bear market and they're actually investing more, it really shows that there is a long-term vision there. And then third risk, I would say, would be the liquidity risk, because the more they come with volumes that we have not seen ever before in crypto markets. And therefore, that's when platforms like KuCoin, for example, have an advantage due to the size, basically due to the size. We are better able to face this kind of liquidity problems than smaller marketplaces.
Yeah. What would you say are the biggest challenges of institutional adoption? Obviously, the numbers are going up, but what would you say, like, where do we have to have a breakthrough? Is it one piece missing in the puzzle? Is it two? Is it three? Like, how far are we away of really having people onboarding, institutions onboarding, and what are the biggest problems in this sector?
I would say it's a combination. There is not one single answer. What I would say is, yeah, definitely is trust. If you think about it, it's like they are facing most of these Tradfi people that comes from, traditional incumbent, banks and hedge funds and so on. They don't know the market yet. So it takes them a lot of years. So before Copper, I was working for one of the largest Eurasian banks, and we were setting up actually within the bank crypto services. So, I mean, we were just a bunch of nerds inside and then trying to explain to management, to the board, what we wanted to do. And I can tell you, I mean, the general board, so the mother company decided to go ahead with this project. So we were fully back, no? But then when it came to explain within the, risk compliance, what it's about, what are the new risks that you're facing? For example, what happens if this ledger that we are using, one of the many ledgers that we use to sign, gets destroyed? Things like that is unknown. So, companies like us, what we are trying to do is just to bring some of the old solutions to them. So then in the end, the same as we were discussing before in all other panelists, about making blockchain simpler and what is the next step, to bring that next billion people to blockchain. It's kind of the same path, it's the same type of exercise, but for a different audience.
So basically education.
Exactly, yeah. It's education, and make insurance is another one. And then so they can feel comfortable that at the end of the day, they will not get hit huge by, for example, a hack. What happens if one of these, let's say, for example, BlackRock, what happens if they put 100 million in one of these products and then there is a hack, an exploit, and this 100 million disappear?
Yeah. Do you see it the same way? Is it
yeah, I absolutely agree.
The demand from them? Like, are they really asking for education? Are they really asking to be...
Are they asking for education? I think it's more like they are asking to see an environment that they would comprehend from what they already know. So, yeah, bringing products that they have already encountered and trying to call it the same way, even though it's not exactly the same thing. That's kind of what's happening at the moment. That's the part when we can be active. So that's defining an environment where institutionals feel almost like at home. And then there is a part, unfortunately, where we cannot be so proactive, is the general regulation landscape, etc., where we are just like reacting, of course, taking into account what is being told to us.
Yeah.
And trying to take into account the level of clarity that we're given. But it's very hard to anticipate where the legislator wants to go, where the regulators want to go. And because of that, like, it's quite risky to do proactive things, because if the iterations, there is a lot of variation between the iterations that are done with the regulation. For example, in Europe, we have MiCA. They're already talking about a MiCA 2, and it's not even enacted yet. So, yeah, being reactive is definitely on the table. Being proactive is still a risk. And because of that, once again, when you're a global exchange like we are and global companies, you're able to provide services to a multitude of countries. We are in about 200 countries at the moment, and that's why you have a wider range of clients, and you can remain as a neutral partner for most of them.
You just mentioned MiCA. Let's stick with MiCA. So MiCA is the first joint framework of the European Union, the Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation, which will it's the first broader framework for such a huge economic zone. Do you think it will impact institutional adoption? Yeah.
I mean, definitely. I mean, essentially what they are asking, what institutions are asking, is to have a framework where they can act and invest kind of in peace without expecting, a bad reaction from the regulator, They don't want that slap in the hand. So for that to happen, they need actually clear rules. And when the clear rules are there, then they feel, that they can go all in, so to say. It's the same with ETF. You know, MiCA ETF approval in the US is. We know that there are other countries. We have ETF for a long time in Europe, also even in Brazil, but the market is expecting for the SEC to say, okay, spot ETFs are approved, so you're good to go. It's the same. That's why we saw the uptick in price, you know, in the last few days, because essentially, you know, the SEC say, okay, we are not going to proceed against, you know, Grayscale and also with Ripple. So those are good signs and are signs that everyone is expecting. It's not like they don't want to go in. They know that there is a big alpha and there is a big opportunity in this market because of the size that it has. So there is such a how you say, uncorrelated returns, you know, when you get into a market that is only 1 trillion nowadays with people like BlackRock that manages themselves just 10. So yeah, MiCA definitely is going to help. We are not present in Europe, but we see it like for the conversation that we have out of the UK and out of Switzerland to other clients in the EEA is essentially, yes, this very much benefits them.
I think actually what you said with the ETF, in Europe, it's not allowed to have a single currency ETF. That's why we have ETPs, ETNs, but I think like exactly the ETF they have in the States is not possible in Europe, but we have these instruments, like you said, for a very long time already. So if we take a look at, okay, there's one thing, institutional adoption, institutional custody. And if we go from institutional custody to institutional adoption, what would you say, which role does custody play for the institutional adoption to happen, Dorian?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm having trouble speaking. The sound is really bad from the side of the stage.
Sure. What role does institutional custody play for institutional adoption?
Well, it's once again addressing this concentration risk issue first and foremost. Like, if they know that they have somebody to speak to if something goes wrong and there is an insurance and etc., massive institutional adoption is definitely on the table. Now, institutions are generally more careful than early adopters or whatever, so they have a tendency to be late adopters when you look at it. Probably what we're going to see is network effects. Network effects because some institutions are jumping in, some others will be compelled to. And in the end, yeah, we will have this massive adoption that you're speaking to. So institutional custody is part of the solution, but we truly believe that it's only like, it's one piece of the puzzle. It's necessary, the way their policies are set right now, and maybe even these will adapt to our new space. Like, you don't know, because it has never been done before. That's what's exciting about it.
Yeah. So what would you then say, Marcus, are the biggest benefits of institutional custody if you just look at, okay, institutions are going in, you have adoption coming. Is it solely I mean, obviously security, we mentioned security. Is there any other effect outsourcing that part to another company? Because you mentioned, like, are there any regulations? Is there anything cooking in the background that you really have to have?
I think even just taking advantage that KuCoin is here, we can talk about the difference with the old world, where actually you never deposit your securities within an exchange and then you trade, right? There is a depository, there is a custodian outside that takes that role. And I think we are going that direction. So there is no clear regulation yet. With MiCA, we start to see a bit of, okay, you know, if you want to be a custodian, you have to register, you have actually to have the assets fully segregated, which is our solution that even ourselves, without being affected by MiCA, we are actually already implemented. We already implemented them before. So essentially, it's this transition to a bit more decentralization, right? So probably institutional players don't want to concentrate all the risk in you know, with exchanges. So then probably they're going to use order execution management system, you know, then they're going to use custodians to leave the tokens while they are not trading, and then they're going to keep using exchanges for the trading, because that's what each of the players are best at.
Maybe you can lose some words on the segregated accounts, because I think that's very important to understand. Like, what happened with FTX is they just had their customer tokens, customer funds, all basically in one wallet, or let's just phrase it like very simple. They had it in one wallet, and they could do whatever they wanted with that. how does that change when you have segregated accounts or wallets?
You mean more on clear loop of exchange settlement or segregated
I mean, you
custody
have
in general?
implemented it in clear loop, I think. That's what you've told me.
Sorry, say again. There is a lot of echo, so
I
people
think,
doesn't.
I think you have implemented it in clear loop from what you've told me.
Yes. So Clearloop is essentially software exchange settlement. So what allows you is, let's use the use case of KuCoin when we are fully integrated. So our clients are going to be, we have joint clients, clients which are using both KuCoin for execution and Copper as custody. What it will allow them is just not to have to send the tokens to KuCoin before the trade. So let's say I have 10 BTC, I want to open a short position, and then I don't want to send those 10 BTC fully before executing. So essentially what they do is we allow the clients to mirror those assets via API calls, and then on KuCoin side, the client will see exactly the same. The process will be, they go first to our platform, they load those assets, so we make sure that those 10 BTC cannot be double spent or double delegated somewhere else, and then they can do the same as every day. So it's actually, and then with the added security that this is a bankruptcy remote setup, so whatever may happen won't happen to KuCoin, but if, worst case scenario, then those assets are actually fully secure.
Yeah. So Marcus mentioned before the Bitcoin ETF. Obviously, a very big competitor of ours this week reported about ominous Bitcoin ETF approval. So it took like 15 minutes for Bitcoin to reach 30K again, and I think another 15 minutes to come back down to 28,000, somewhere around that number. What would an approval do to institutional adoption? I mean, you've mentioned it before, but I think we agree that it would just probably skyrocket, right?
No, I don't think it will be a skyrocket. I think part of the impact of a Bitcoin ETF, spot ETF, is already taken into account in the market price right now. Of course, there will be variations as we've seen, and it's kind of a glimpse of what will happen. Maybe it will set a new trend. It will, turn the tide. Might be, but once again, like in the end, BTC does what it's want, and we are not here to give financial advice or whatever. It's not our role. In terms of institutional adoption, it's exactly the same thing as Mika. It's more clarity, it's more it's safety for institutionals to jump in. And probably what we will see also, thanks to this institutional adoption, will be is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? But there will be some kind of concentration, accelerated concentration in the market, I believe, especially in terms of exchanges, because there are not so many exchanges that can actually manage the flows of volume that these institutionals will bring to the market. So yeah, in this term, once again, we are going to see a moving market, but at the same time, it's a maturing market, and we are eager to work together to make it happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we see on ETP, they're still one of the largest clients out there, so they have a lot of assets under management, but the other one is our ETF, but on ETPs on futures and derivatives, so the spot ETF is a big change, I think. And it has, I think, a psychological effect on everyone, which is going to probably move the market. I mean, we are not making any financial advice here, but definitely, I think personally, it's going to be very positive for everyone in general.
Obviously, no financial advice, but do you think that the effect will be bigger? I mean, you said it won't skyrocket, it will be one piece of the puzzle, but if you just look at these huge asset management firms, we're talking about BlackRock, Fidelity, WisdomTree, like, if you just compare to when gold ETFs came out, like, that's enormous. That's massive amount of money coming into the industry.
So I would say is for just think about the typical Joe, sitting in the US and having a 401. I mean, when they want to allocate assets, they will probably call their asset manager and say, look, portfolio manager, look, I want to get exposure to Bitcoin. Nowadays, how do I do it? And then when ETFs are available, it's a much easier conversation. It's something that they already understand. Then you're going to have companies like Vanguard, Banek, and so on coming in, and that's definitely, it's a much easier conversation without having to explain everyone how a Bitcoin wallet works.
Great. I see that we've run out of time, almost on the dot. I think we took 30 seconds from the other speakers. So once again, Dorian, Marcus, thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for the questions.
Thank you.
It was very, very hard.
Yeah, it was very
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear us. I'm so happy to see so many people in a Saturday, afternoon. That really means that there is a high interest of what we're going to discuss today. So, as you can see, the topic of the panel is retail adoption at scale. My name is Ciprian Iacob. I'm co-founder of a project called Inspire, which is a loyalty and cashback and benefits app powered by data NFTs. But today is not about our project and about me, because we have a dream lineup here with the speakers today, each with a unique perspective and personality, and an approach on how innovation and the cutting-edge technology are affecting the retail. And as we presented in the keynote on Thursday, innovation is great, but adoption is key. And what a greater opportunity to intersect innovation and adoption, than a discussion with ING Bank, at the edge of the banking innovation. Carrefour Romania, who's leading the retail sector, and Romania's business consult at the core of technological advancements when it comes to systems engineering, and we're going to get into that. And before getting into the questions, I'm going to quickly introduce each one of you so the audience can get a little bit of background. So we have Silvia Dumitrașcu, who is the head of online sales and digital tribe at ING Bank, and I'd like you to welcome her with a round.
Thank you, it's great to be here.
So Silvia has been part of the ING Bank Romania since 2014, correct? When she joined as a senior digital market performance and strategy expert.
It's about the time when blockchain was really a buzzword in the financial industry. Imagine the coincidence.
And it's come a long way.
Yeah.
It's come a long way. So in 2017, you occupied the position of content, social media, and website manager, and from 2018, you took the role of head of online sales in ING Digital Tribe, correct?
Yep.
Thank you so much for being today with us. I really can't wait to deep dive into the topics.
I can imagine it's a very interesting topic for us as well, so looking forward.
Yeah, I'm really sure that the audience has a lot of
questions.
Yeah, and is very curious about how you see
the perspective
blockchain.
of a bank. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get into that in a moment. So, Gabriela Stanica, who's Chief Information and Data Officer at Carrefour Romania, correct? Perfect.
Glad to be here. It's a great audience and a great setup. Thank you for the invitation.
We thank you for being here. So Gabriela is an accomplished technology leader with a rich and diverse career, spanning several high-profile roles in multinational organizations. As the current Chief Information and Data Officer at Carrefour Romania, she has been instrumental in driving technological innovation, because Carrefour is about innovation, and we're going to get into it in a moment. and data-driven strategies within the company. Gabriela, thank you so much for being here once again. Can't wait to have a deep dive. And last and not least, Vlad Rotaru, who's the Chief Growth Officer and tech guru at Romanian Business Consult. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, thank you. Nice being here.
He's a great guy.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, so just in a few words, Romanian Business Consult is the leading provider, for those of you who don't know, they're a leading provider and integrator of IT solutions for the retail industry in Romania. So Vlad is the Chief Growth Officer with a proven track record of 22 years.
22 years working as a CIO, but afterwards coming on the other side of the fence, going to a provider, supplier for the companies that are doing technology projects.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm in the IT field since, if Sylvia said that she's in IT field, in ING, since the buzzword was blockchain. I'm in IT since the buzzword was internet, so quite a long time also. So yeah, right now we're doing projects mostly for retail, but also for production companies, especially Romanian, and also some great investors from outside the country.
So true OG.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good description. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us once again. Okay, so let's start fresh and direct, straight. Sylvia, what is going on with blockchain, and how do you see the conversation going on blockchain at ING?
Well, great icebreaker.
Everyone is curious.
Of course. I'll tell you, so I already said that since 2015, blockchain was kind of a huge buzzword for the financial industry. And it's about that time we had our global head of transaction services, Mark, and he was explaining to us in a private meeting what's all about blockchain, what's the buzz with that. And he was saying, guys, I talked to someone, he was a tech lead at Philips Lab, and he was saying this. So it's just like mobile, the internet, computers, blockchain, but blockchain is not a thing. It's the thing that enables the thing. So, it was so clear to us from that moment on that we had our hands full.
Very philosophical.
Yeah. He was such a nice guy. However, the idea is that we've started for some years, actually to 2015 also, to explore on a global level, wholesale banking level, blockchains. And ING is part of our free consortium. In case you haven't heard, it's a consortium of banks who are promoting new technologies to empower and actually build on these technologies for better solutions for the financial sector. And they actually trialed, I think there were about 5 at that time, blockchain private solutions from Ethereum, IBM, so there are a lot of them. And you can find it online, just Google search it because it's all there. The idea is that we do have a very open mindset in terms of technology, in terms of innovation. I think we can see that, in our mobile app, and the fact that we actually want to be close to customer needs. That's our purpose.
Of course.
And we could see the potential. So we know that blockchain solves a few problems like double spending. It also solves problems like trust issues. You can prevent, altering transactions. So there are many things that customers can benefit from this type of technology. However, you need to also have collaboration in terms, because it's not about one player having the competitive advantage. It's actually about us having standards to be able to use the technology.
Of course, but you pointed out something very interesting, and we had a talk before regarding trust.
Yeah.
Trust and building trust.
Trust is actually one of the big. If you ask one of our customers today in Romania, and you ask them, what's the main reason why would you consider a bank? The answer is trust, it's not innovation. So we invest a lot in innovation, but the perception about a bank is that we need to keep your money safe, right?
Yeah, but a bank is a vehicle of trust.
Yeah.
And blockchain can bring trust with a trustless technology.
We see that potential. That's why we've been exploring it for so long. ING is a global organization. And yeah, it does have many benefits, and we're looking forward to see the applications on it. So you cannot really put, right now in this moment, put a blockchain to a manual process. Put a blockchain on it and solve the problem. No, you cannot, because as I heard also the previous speech, they were saying about risk, about compliance, so don't throw tomatoes at me, but it's the reality. So if you ask a product manager, the main things they are dealing with is when having a new product in production, you would be able to do it fast with smart contracts. But you actually need to face the regulatory part, because this is the part that actually should keep your money protected. That's why it exists.
Yeah, and one more question here. On the interoperability side, this would be another use case that blockchain can bring, and can be also fast, secure, and can help people have their transaction processed like in a bit, because there are lots of people here in this room who tell you that you can process a transaction in like 6 seconds instead of having to to wait for like a day to be processed when this is done.
Guys, we have instant payments. You don't wait anymore.
Yeah, yeah. That's a very good thing to add. Yeah. Vlad, what can you tell us about your approach on blockchain?
About the timing for the payments with ING. I'm a customer, so yeah, I know what.
You know, right?
I know. I appreciate your service pretty well. What I was thinking right now when I was listening to Sylvia is that me as an integrator, as a representative of a company that does integrations, we are exactly in the place to bridge the gaps between the classic technology and the new emerging technology like blockchain. And I really think that the advantages that you are searching for, you both girls, and also the advantages and the advantages that are suggested by the community, by the blockchain community, by the crypto community, I think they have to be translated a little bit through us, the integrators. And we have to be aware of the needs that you have, and we also have to be aware of the technologies and the emerging technologies that are coming out, and the advantages that they propose to the businesses. Because at the end, none of us here, we cannot exist alone. We are pieces of puzzle, like we were talking earlier. And I think that the puzzle should be made with all the pieces needed. Customers at the end being the owners and the beneficiary, the final beneficiary is not us, not you, but the customers and the people who really will use the technology in the future. In context, in the various contexts, in banking, in retail, in whatever, even in governance, let's say. And I really think that's another thing that we also touched around by being around here and having conversation with people around. I understand that also it's a good direction to have the governance done through technology. And this is putting technology into the hands of the people.
And
yeah.
Speaking about that, just to complement Vlad, my role is CIO in Carrefour, right? The challenge I have since I came is, how do I pick the right technology to drive business value? How do I make sure that the money we invest in the technology helps the business? Because we cannot do technology for the sake of technology in retail, right? We do it for the business itself. And we did have a test with blockchain, by the way, and how the idea emerged. We knew about blockchain, and we knew about the fact that people are looking to understand the quality of the food. So in 2018, Carrefour Group actually launched the first blockchain for food. It was called Quality of the Food, the first blockchain technology in the world for food. It went well in France, so there were 100 products for which you could see where chicken was born, what the producer gave to the chicken to eat,
Was
and
his
therefore,
name?
yes, and therefore, is the egg organic or is not organic, right? Which is fantastic for an educated person who wants to know what they eat. They can go on the shelf and they can track back all the history of the product. Back to Romania, right? Because we did tested that. It was around Easter, I think it was 2012, when everyone was buying eggs, right? We had this available in the store. Well, I think the adoption was not the one that we expected. People were not so curious to see where the egg is coming from and what the chicken was raised with, right? So then the question came, do we continue to invest in this technology knowing that a certain country or population is not ready for that or not? So the conclusion is we have the technology, we tested. I guess we were a bit too early in 2018, 2020 with this approach. We will continue saying, but I think the main point, just to complement Vlad, is we have to pick the right technology in the right moment to address a certain business issue. Otherwise, for a company who is not doing technology or research, it's not going to fly on a mid-long term, right?
Exactly, like large-scale adoption, like Gabriela is saying, I think it's a very contextual thing. It cannot be done by magic, or we trust technology, we love it, and tomorrow we'll have large adoption. I think we have, all of us, we have to figure out a way to pass the message to the business and to make them adopt because they see a business interest at the end.
And it's also, sorry, it's about the experimentation because you need to understand the technology, its effects, and then step by step actually start developing and designing the solutions that would fit the customer needs. So it's a process.
And I think also it's one part, what we think is Carrefour, right? We think that people will be very excited to see and understand what do they eat, right? And if we do provide the traceability, everyone will check it. It was not actually the case. We will see in the future years, but it was not actually the case. So it was a big difference between what we thought as the ones selling eggs and potatoes versus the customers.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the technology is the backbone, of a real-world use case. The use case will come when the technology will prove more and more and more useful. This was one of the use cases. Carrefour, at the same time, was one of the innovators in France. This is not the only story they have with blockchain. They went to Metaverse. They went to NFTs as well. And they had quite a big buzz when they did that. So I think we need to be courageous, to test, to see what the audience wants, because I believe that this has been one of the experiments targeted for the younger audiences who are in love with digital collectibles. Customer attention is one of the most valuable currencies, and especially when it comes to younger audiences who were born with a phone or with a tablet.
You're very poetic while saying customer attention is the most valuable currency. I think we need to remember that.
This is what everyone is fighting for. This is.
And I think I'm lucky to work in a company where the top management understand the power of technology. Right, from the CEO of the company, they speak about technology. They are open to explore, to test, to experiment. And we have a lot of partnership with technology suppliers, with Google, with Meta, and so on and so forth. And yes, actually, we had NFBs in the Metaverse. So we had a sandbox, and we sold those NFBs. And why did we do it? We said we know there can be no fruits and vegetables without bees. And we know the bees are at risk right now, right? So that was the business logic behind, and we created a sandbox in Metaverse, and we had I think 16 of them, yeah? And were sold, and we donated the money to protect the bees in order for the fruits and vegetables to continue to exist, right? It's a very interesting thing. And we are exploring a lot of technologies, artificial intelligence, Gen AI, applicable to retail.
Yeah, and I fully respect and admire what you guys doing. I mean,
that's why Inspire here present with us on the scene. I think Inspire could be another opportunity to go to the large-scale adoption with this loyalty and blockchain system, which will provide a transparent and more collaborative way of giving rewards to customers and tracing, and also making them owners of their data and sharing the data with people, with companies that they want to share with, and maybe pricing the information, maybe giving some information that is valuable to the bank or the customer via this kind of way of building loyalty programs. And that blockchain can help on these new ways of doing things. For example, blockchain, crypto, anything like crypto could be, in a few years already, you have big companies that are using it as a payment method. I think it would become almost always present in our experience, buying experience. And I think this kind of steps, not big, but sure, could bring a good future to all of us.
Do you picture yourself playing with crypto at Carrefour?
Soon, I don't know, but in a few years, why not? Yeah. Not with a crypto, but maybe with a token, with a different way of paying.
We had Pokemons in our offices, so everything is possible.
That's a very good point, what you just said, and I'm just going to pick it up for a minute, Vlad. I mean, it's a short story that I always like to tell when I'm explaining people, the power of data NFTs, which are a different asset class, are the future of one of the, ways that loyalty can look in the future. Back in the times, you had like word to mouth. This is what, the way marketing worked. Then you went to billboards, then you went to TV.
Actually, they all work. You don't have word of mouth works pretty well right now.
But you're getting more and more and more granular.
Have more channels.
And then you go to social media when you have like targeted campaigns, and it's crazy, how many things you can find out about the user, and the clusters that you can target, the products to. But the beauty with blockchain and with data NFTs is that this can be done peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer, you don't need an intermediary. You know the customer without knowing the customer. You can, talk to the customer without knowing the name, the age, the sex, the location, like anything. And it's the beauty of it because it's so, direct, fast, and powerful. And, I just wanted to complete on that because you just shot it very
You're trying to convince us, right?
Of course I do. But the fact that you are here and we're having this conversation in such a big moment, it's one of the things I'm the proudest of.
Let me say this is very interesting, the fact that all the other panels that I assisted here, all the talks that have been, a lot of interesting stuff that was presented, and pretty much everyone was from the technology side, from the new technology side. And I think here on this panel we have at the end, the businesses that can use the technology. And this is very important for everybody here, I think, that we see businesses interested and really making steps forward by using this, even by watching what's going on here in the hallway, what are the companies, and getting a few names out of the list there with ecosystem startups and stuff. And I think this is a good step forward for everybody, and it's a good promotion for the technology into business adoption. And I think that's it. Thank you.
And we are so happy and thankful for your presence here. And a few more touch points, because we talked about loyalty. How do you see loyalty changing right now or evolving right now with all these new technologies coming up, and I'm not talking only about blockchain, but also AI. How do you, drive customers back? How do you build a community that will benefit your company?
We don't have a loyalty program, so I wouldn't be.
I was curious, I was looking at Gabriel.
Yes, we have a loyalty program, and actually I'll quickly say the history of it because it's interesting. And here I would just want to say that the technology community in Romania is of a huge value. And I think it's recognized internationally and nationally by the companies. How we created the loyalty program, actually we partnered at Innovation Labs in 2015. It was one of the ideas at Innovation Labs. We created the application and then we evolved it into the loyalty application, which is soon going to reach 2 million users. So you see loyalty programs on the market, and yes, we have to be different and we have to evolve. We are working on personalized promotion. So yes, we have to know our customers. We have to know how do they interact with the brand, whether on social media or e-commerce or call center and so on, and give them the right product based on the history, on the purchase, based on where they are. Are they in the store? Are they a loyal customer to Coca-Cola? I think in the future we should be able to provide also a personalized price for a specific customer in a specific store in a specific area of the country. I'm sure there are other new technologies out there that can help. That's part of the reason I'm here, to learn about those technologies and to encourage the companies, the startups, to reach out to us if they have any ideas about how we can get to the next level in the loyalty. Maybe based on your experience as a customer, based on your expectation, or based on the technology you know about, but I don't know about, being a tech in retail, not a tech in a tech.
Thank you, that's very insightful.
I would also add to what Gabriela said. I think that loyalty in the new loyalty is a personalized loyalty, like she said, but personalization should take into account all the data around the customer. So it's a 360 around the customer. It's his or her behavior in a bank, in a retail store, at the seaside, or in the club. And all these behaviors will be, all data for this can be used in order to offer a decentralized, because we are talking about decentralized technology, a decentralized loyalty program, which if we get a lot of traction, enough traction, you can have the same loyalty program everywhere you go. And you carry on this data with you, wherever you may wish. Thus, of course, putting at risk the companies that do that, and they get money by doing it, but at the end, the customer is more important than the making money out of offering loyalties. And I think that decentralization of the loyalty programs and going all around the environment should be a direction that could be followed in the next years.
And actually, Vlad hit upon a new buzzword, actually not new, pretty old, personalization, that's everywhere. So to be able to provide a real personalized experience to customers, you need lots of data. Yeah, and we are talking these days about the data they are willing to give us. So you cannot really base your strategy, GDPR point of view,
of course,
unless they are voluntarily giving you information. And of course, you do want to listen to them. It's about listening. That's how you provide the loyalty they are actually after. Listening with all the tools that you have. If it's part of a smarter innovation lab, if it's part of more traditional process, this is the focus you need to have. Customer experience at the heart of any product or service.
Of course, of course. We are very close to the final, and I want to take a moment to tell you, in the first place, you already realized that this room is, has lots of builders and a lot of people interested to build bridges with the real world. And the fact that you are here with us today and we're having the conversation is one of the examples that it is, easy to build bridges if we want to, to drive innovation and adoption and be there for the end user, for the end customer together. It's just about teamwork, everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
We're just out of a conversation about startups. I've heard a lot of ideas for a business, a new one or old one. More than happy to see you do this. Let's stay to the discussion about startups because we'll find out what it takes to be an entrepreneur. Well, the next speaker, is a Dubai-based serial entrepreneur, an early crypto investor that started his career in a watch company in Switzerland, of course. Now his company, Morningstar Ventures, he's the founder and the CEO, is an investment firm that backs ambitious idea by first-timers, by companies just starting up. His background is with Google and naturally is a strategic advisor to Elron Network. You might know a thing or two about these guys. So here he is to talk about what it takes to be an entrepreneur, Danilo Scarlucci. You're on.
Microphone's not working? Okay, great. This is a perfect example of what entrepreneurship is about. You come on stage, the microphone's not working, you have to, okay, there's another example here. So things don't always go as planned. And I think that's what my talk today is about. It's about what it means to be an entrepreneur and what it means to do something that is different and do something that is important and meaningful to you, but very, very difficult. I'm very happy to be here today. A year ago, we were all in Paris to celebrate the MultiversX ecosystem. Today, we are in Romania, in Bucharest, the home of MultiversX. So I'm really proud to be here. And I believe that 4 years ago, when I started working with the team, I would have never imagined to be here in the most important building of Romania with a lot of people who are invested and participated in this ecosystem. So maybe we can give a round of applause just to the MultiversX ecosystem. Today, my conversation is going to focus quite a bit on value versus meaning. And I think that's something that sometimes is overlooked. To start off, what is an entrepreneur? My favorite definition of what an entrepreneur is by Victor Kamm, an American businessman. And he basically described entrepreneurship as people who are risk takers and people who particularly are willing to lose not only their money, but also their reputation, in order to protect their idea and build something special and meaningful. Ideas usually are translated into startups. This is what we are here about. Everybody in this room is either engaged in a startup or wanting to build a startup or somewhat invested in a startup. Now, what is a startup? About 10 years ago, I read a book that I think affected my entrepreneurial life a lot, which was The Lean Startup by Eric Ries. I love that book so much that I made it the essence of my dissertation. And Eric Ries describes a startup as being a human institution designed to deliver a new product or service under conditions of extreme uncertainty. And I really think that extreme uncertainty is all that entrepreneurship is about. Now, entrepreneurship these days is trendy, popular, sexy, but actually nothing about entrepreneurship is trendy, popular, or sexy. It's really, really hard. So if you look at the last two slides, the best summary of entrepreneurship is that it involves risks, it involves losing, and it involves uncertainty. So before you want to be an entrepreneur, it's very important that you are aware of what you're willing to lose, and you're aware that what you're going to be doing is very, very difficult and challenging. This is an image made by a Japanese artist, and that's the great wave of Kanagawa. And for me personally, when I was writing this short presentation, I felt it was very meaningful because it represents a group of people on a ship facing an ocean of extreme uncertainty. Some waves are big, others are small. Some entrepreneurs are going to make it, some won't. And that's also the beauty and the hardship of entrepreneurship. So I've actually decided to print this out and put it in my office. And my suggestion is that all of you also take some time to visualize what entrepreneurship in your life may be. Because in the end, it's about you, it's about your goals, it's about the products that you want to build. So really try to visualize what entrepreneurship means to you in your own context, in your own life. And with that, I would also like to say that entrepreneurship is not only about being a CEO or a founder, or you can be an entrepreneur being a mom or a dad or a worker in a big company, right? Entrepreneurship is about taking some of your goals that are important to you, understanding that they are risky to achieve, and then just going for it. So the same way that we're going to focus on the tough parts of entrepreneurship, there's something really meaningful and beautiful about it, which is that sense of achievement that you get when you actually succeed. So do it. I think there is a few steps to being an entrepreneur, and I think one of them is actually pretty easy in this room, because all of you have already kind of dared to be an entrepreneur. You have dared to build, which is why the first step, in my opinion, is achieved by all of us. If we are in this room, if we are somewhat connected to crypto or blockchain and startups, that means we're thinking outside the box. That means we are somewhat different than most of the people, and that means we're somewhat aware that maybe there's something more important to our lives, and that we want to create and we want to build, and that we're here to leave a trace. So I would like to give all of us a round of applause, because we're all daring to build. Cheers. Now, understanding your why is actually a really important concept in the sense of entrepreneurship. And I believe I failed my first company because I did not understand my why. I came out of university. I was inspired by all the books of the leaders that I was reading, and I wanted to move to a new country and build a business with my brother. That was my most important incentive. I wanted to hang out with him, have a common dream, and build something. But that's not how businesses are built. Businesses are tough, businesses are difficult, and they don't just happen because you want them to happen. So I think I failed my first startup because my why was not correct. I think I was not prepared, not experienced, and maybe a little immature. Inspiration was my main drive and my main motivation to be an entrepreneur, but that really is not enough. And so if you're wanting to be an entrepreneur purely because you think it's trendy or purely because you think it's cool, don't do it. If you're thinking that you want to be an entrepreneur because you like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or whoever it is, that's also the wrong approach. Don't do it. However, if you are truly wanting to build a product or service because that's your utmost passion and you would rather die than not do that thing, I think that's one thing that should drive you to go and go for it and try to achieve it. But most importantly, I think entrepreneurship is about skill set. I think entrepreneurship is about understanding what you're good at and accepting what you're not good at. Nobody's perfect. We all do mistakes. And I think the best entrepreneurs are the ones who accept their mistakes, they accept their imperfection, and they keep going forward. So it's about stamina, it's about strength, and it's really about resilience and absolute passion and a synergy between your skill set and the product and service that you're working on. In my life, the businesses that I failed were the businesses that didn't have synergy with the product or service that I was offering. And the businesses that I was so far able to succeed, which by the way are less than the ones that I failed, are the ones where I surrounded myself with the right people and was, able to really have alignment with what I do and what I love and the challenges that I'm facing. So really try to understand your why, be introspective in your process, and figure out why you want to be an entrepreneur in the first place. Besides that, one very important aspect is to really evaluating your risks. You may have this drive inside of you to be an entrepreneur, but it might just simply not be the right time. You might be in your 20s, but it's a much better idea to maybe be an entrepreneur in your 30s. These days, entrepreneurship can easily start at a later age, and I actually sometimes feel that we are too ambitious when we're, too young. And I think that my failures happened because I was too ambitious when I was inexperienced. So I challenge everybody here, when you're thinking to be an entrepreneur, ask yourself whether that's the right time and that's the right thing to do. So think about what your current life looks like and try to figure out that being an entrepreneur is really, really tough. There were times in my life where I was jealous of the people that aren't entrepreneurs, right? And that happens with a lot of us. If you look at athletes, I've spent a number of time speaking to athletes. They're just as entrepreneur because they're giving up a lot in their life to follow that one dream. So keep in mind that being an entrepreneur is all about accepting to give up on a lot of your things, whether it will be health, it might be family, it will be time. It's very much about opportunity cost. So try to also think about your personality and whether you are wanting to be an entrepreneur or not. And try to remember that if you want to be an entrepreneur, it's going to be very lonely. No matter who your team is, no matter who you work with, there's times where you're lonely and there's times where it's really, really difficult. So think about whether you're willing to fight for yourself. Last but not least, inspiration, without action is merely entertainment. So in the end, you need action. You need to get started. You want to do something, go for it. Oftentimes, I feel like I meet people who have ticked the first 3 boxes of the 4 fundamentals that I've shared, and they have the skill, the mindset, the timing, the possibility, but they just keep postponing working on their idea. And time is pressure. It's our most valuable asset in life. So if you have already achieved your first steps, then go for it. No timing is correct or easy. It's never too late. It's never too early. There is no such thing as perfection or great timing. So it's very important to just go for it and figure out what you want to do and then start doing your own research, meeting people around you that can actually mentor you, because it's a really tough path, and on your own you just won't make it. So be ready for the first failure. Be ready to have done the exercises and the steps that I've suggested, and then it's time to basically move over to the next step and go for it. With that, I want to cover a topic which is a bit more esoteric, which talks about building your idea and then differentiating whether you're going for value or you're going for meaning. Try to read this sentence. I hope it's not confusing, but I came up with it at 3 a.m. last Saturday, and that's also another example of entrepreneurship. If you're willing to do a presentation between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning on a Saturday, that's what life of an entrepreneur is, and it's really hard. So the meaning of value and the value of meaning. There's some startups and some entrepreneurs who have financial incentives to be an entrepreneur. And then there's others who have meaningful incentives to be an entrepreneur. So I think it's very important as a builder, as a creator, as a creative person to figure out whether you're wanting to do something because of value or because of meaning. The perfect description for me, at least, of value is a startup or a product or service that basically has a really simple solution to a really simple problem. Some may call that product or service boring, but oftentimes those are actually the best businesses. I'm taking the example of Salesforce, which creates very simple value and solves big challenges that people in sales have, right? So Salesforce is a perfect example of a company that went for value. The interesting dynamic between value and meaning is that the more value you're creating, the more meaningful your company and your product actually becomes. In the opposite scenario, we have meaning. And this actually also includes nonprofits and all sorts of businesses that are maybe less focused on profitability. So in order to stand out as a company, as a product, you often have to focus on what is the meaning of the product, what is the meaning of the service, besides what the actual value is that you're proposing. And I think a great example there is Airbnb. When Airbnb was started, Airbnb was not started to create a marketplace for people to find a place to sleep. Airbnb was created because the founders believed that there was a missing opportunity and that there was a paradigm shift ready to be unlocked that would basically create this idea that people would be willing to share their home with strangers. That's something that, you know, very much focused on meaning and not of value. And so oftentimes you'll realize that a focus on meaning might actually outweigh a focus on value. The great thing to end is that most important meaning it becomes, the greater actually the value becomes. And Airbnb is another great example. They went for meaning, but the product became very, very valuable eventually. Value is numeric, value is a bit measurable, which is why value is also rather objective. Meaning, on the other hand, is rather subjective. It's personal, and it depends on who is on the other side. The great thing, though, is that you may be not knowing that what you think is meaningful is also meaningful to others. And the good thing about this means that if you're working on an idea, if you're working on a product, and you find your tribe, you find your early users who believe that what you're doing is meaningful, that's already enough to keep going. So you don't necessarily have to build something that creates instant value. Meaningfulness might actually be enough to keep going, and meaningfulness can also be your product market fit. I mentioned before, startups are not only about profitability. And there's many examples out there of companies, and you can read many books of entrepreneurs and people who've succeeded in their life that talk about the why, they talk about the meaning of what they're doing. And I like to quote Steve Jobs because he was someone I've always been very inspired by. And one of his last talks that he did when he was already dying of a sad illness, he mentioned that you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in the future. And in my opinion, this is a perfect example of how important meaning really is in entrepreneurship. I have actually personally taken this approach myself with our team, and we've been building the last 1.5 years something that is very, very meaningful and is focusing on value at a later stage. In Dubai, we're building 37X. 37X is a digital art gallery aimed at connecting entrepreneurs, aimed at connecting builders, and aimed at connecting creatives. It's a blank canvas. What happens in there, we don't know. It's serendipity. And so I really think it's important to understand that sometimes you just have to do what feels right. Sometimes you have to do what feels meaningful over valuable. And in our case, we're taking this very dearly. I think many people would think we're crazy because building an art gallery in Dubai doesn't make money. But you never know who you end up meeting in the space. You never know what comes out of it. And I'm actually really, really proud of what we're building. And I encourage you, if you're ever in Dubai, to come say hi and come to see what we've built together. So let's try to re-summarize what we quickly covered. First of all, again, if you are in this audience, that means you have an open mind. And having an open mind is really the first step to be an entrepreneur. Secondly, think about the fact that entrepreneurship is really about swimming in an ocean of uncertainty. If you don't want to be an entrepreneur, that's totally fine. Not everybody needs to be an entrepreneur, and you don't need to be a startup founder to be an entrepreneur. Be an entrepreneur in your own way. Be an entrepreneur with your family, with your kids, with your dog, whatever it may be. Be different, do something you enjoy, and just, think about yourself and what fits in your life, in your context. And then I have 2 more items to leave you with. The first one is a reminder that financial growth is really not the right incentive to being a startup builder. Think about what is important to you and why you're the right person to build that specific product. I think that's actually another lesson I've learned in my life, that the best entrepreneurs are the people who are lucky enough to be spending their time on a specific idea that perfectly matches their skill set. And last but not least, I hope this talk somewhat gave you a reminder of meaningfulness. It's not only about creating value, because meaning and value go hand in hand. And if you choose one, the other will follow either way. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. First, I was very impressed by Daniel's talk right before me. Really inspiring, so I will kind of copy him, but I'm very, very pleased and excited to be with all the builders out there today. My name is Fabrice Dautria. I'm leading the developer ecosystem team at Ledger. And today, I'll take a few minutes to present to you what we've been doing between Ledger and MultiversX. Before we start, I'd like to remind everyone about Ledger's mission, okay? Ledger's mission is to basically secure and make digital assets easy to use, both for consumers and enterprises. Consumers, probably most of you. Enterprises, you can think financial institutions, crypto exchanges, neobanks, whoever will come next. Just to get a feeling of the room temperature, who has a Ledger hardware wallet in the room? Please raise your hand. Okay. So what this shows is that you guys are really, really into crypto, because most people who are not in crypto, many of them don't even know about Ledger. So we're not there yet. Oops. Okay. So at Ledger, we are focused on consumers and enterprises. On the consumer side, just to give you a quick picture, we have roughly sold 6.5 million hardware wallets. The slides are a little bit old. We secure approximately 20% of all digital assets. Okay, so you take the entire market cap, 20% of it is probably secured by Ledger devices. With NFT, it's even bigger. Okay, we go up to 30% of all NFTs are secured by Ledger device. To me, this is really exciting, and at the same time, it's pretty scary. Okay, so if you are building solution out there, please try to compete with Ledger, because it would be really, really great if we had actually other brands doing the same. On the enterprise side, we have more than 100 institutional clients. We are securing billions through our solution. And so far, after several years, there were absolutely $0 lost. So the enterprise solution is really, really great for, you will see, financial institution and the next big wave of crypto companies. Let's go back a bit into the consumer section. So many of you raised their hand about owning a Ledger device. So I'll take just a moment to remind you what we do on the retail side. So we have, I would say, two big product lines. The hardware wallet side, that's the Ledger device you're using. It's very open. You can use it with whatever application you want. As a matter of fact, I think Benjamin the other day said that it was either already supported or soon to be supported on Xportal. So I'm really, really glad they did the integration. And here you have the Ledger Stacks, the new device. I actually have one here. And if you want, we can show it to you with my colleague Rod. On the other side, Ledger is also building its own application. Okay, we call it Ledger Live. You can use it if you want. It's a great way to see multiple chains, including MultiversX, manage your device, and do a bunch of other things. As many of you know, or maybe other companies already expressed this, we can see now that wallets are really trying to do a lot of things in the ecosystem, and Ledger is doing exactly the same. So now you can buy, swap, stake, and do many different things through Ledger Live with the security of your Ledger device. With regard to MultiversX and Ledger, it's been a long history, okay? A long love history, I would say. We started working together, I think 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. And the team back then performed the first application on the hardware wallet. And since then, we did a lot together. And when I say together, I really want to emphasize that the MultiversX team did most of the job, okay? Ledger didn't do much. That's something you need to know about. The MultiversX team did the application, they did the integration in Ledger Live, they built Xportal and the connectivity to the Ledger hardware device. And so right now in Ledger Live, you can have your full transaction history powered by MultiversX API. You can stake through a Ledger by Figment node. You can buy eGold if you want. We also support tokens. And all of this was made possible thanks to the work of the MultiversX team. So again, please, thanks them. Congratulations to them. Now, I will take a moment to talk a bit more about the enterprise solution, because there was a lot of talk about regulation and the next wave of big companies coming into crypto. And that's why Ledger actually decided to build the enterprise solution, okay? We started working on it several years ago. And in a nutshell, what the enterprise solution is, it's the perfect combination between Ledger hardware security, because it's based on hardware security modules, with web app, including governance. So I invite you to check our website if you want really to know more about what Ledger Enterprise Solution is. But in 3 words, it's governance, compliance, and scalability. That's what we offer with Ledger Enterprise. And today, it's my great, great pleasure to say that MultiversX has been working on the retail side, of course, but behind the scenes, they've been working also on the enterprise solution for a while now. And so they worked heavily, they did most of the engineering work, and right now I'm very proud to say that MultiversX will join Ledger Enterprise Solution very, very soon. So again, congratulations, guys. That's it for me. I hope the love history between MultiversX and Ledger will continue. I hope you guys are satisfied with Ledger products. We are doing our best. We are keeping the level of security as high as we can. And I'm very, very excited again to see all the builders out there. Thank you very much for listening to me today.